Good evening. Good evening. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with the quorum present. We will move now to our pledges, vision, and mission statement, which will be led by Jessica Becerra.
Hello, if everyone can please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. FWISD's vision is igniting in every child a passion for learning. FWISD's mission is preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership. You may please sit.
Thank you. We will now move to our first action item, CA1A, approved naming of Alice Carlson Applied Learning Center Gymnasium to Adrian Taylor Gymnasium. Do I have a motion? Dr. Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting.
Would you like us to move to a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Council, will you please do the roll call?
Trustee Lynch,
In favor.
Trustee Bridges. In favor. Trustee Luevanos,
In favor.
Trustee Dar,
In favor.
Trustee President Rodriguez,
In favor.
Trustee Martinez,
In favor.
Trustee Phillips,
Yes, in favor.
Trustee Dr. Ryan,
In favor.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Jessica. Jessica Becerra for our recognitions. Following the recognitions, the board will take a short recess to take pictures with those groups recognized tonight.
Good evening, President Dr. Rodriguez, Superintendent Dr. Ramsey, and trustees. Tonight we have 18 groups to recognize. At this time, I invite trustees to come down to greet our guests. First, we honor an exceptional individual who has dedicated over 3 decades of her life to the betterment of our community and the education of countless children. For 32 years, Adrian Taylor has worked to instill the values of health and wellness with the hope of inspiring children to lead active and healthy lives. She now has the joy of teaching the children of former students who eagerly send their new coyotes to the famous Miss Adrian. Field day, cup stacking competition, fun run, staff versus students, volleyball competition, and daily engaging lessons and activities will forever be remembered in the halls of Alice Carlson Applied Learning Center thanks to her. Over 500 people signed a petition asking to name the gym she helped design at Carlson in her honor as a celebration of her retirement this year. Thank you for your dedication to FWISD and years of service to Carlson community. Please give a round of applause to Adrian and her family. Next, we honor the Pascal High School flag football team, who are the city champions. These students are incredible examples of hard work and are the trailblazers for their sport in the district. I will turn it over to head coach John Killow to introduce these students.
Good evening. In attendance tonight, Anna Schwartz, Kate Rich, shake their hands. Annie Parsons, Amelia Robbins, and Rachel Darr. Unable to be here tonight was Annabelle Jones, Elizabeth Harmon, Abby Rich, Rebecca Blaisdell, Anna Claire Lackey, Joanna Blaisdell, Addison Hinckley, and Devin Kilkenny.
Our next student is also from Pascal High School, who was a state qualifier in swimming. Coach Benjamin Harris will introduce the student.
Good afternoon. Today we have Grant Chapa with us. Grant Chapa is our standout athlete at Pascal for the last 4 years. He currently holds 5 individual team records for the boys, and he holds 4 of the team school records in Wicks and Grimes as well. At the championship level, he qualified state for 3 years, and he's also an All-American. In the fall, Grant will be attending BYU on a full scholarship.
Impressive. Congratulations. Next, we honor the Benbrook High School golf team, who placed 3rd at the state meet. Though they could not be here tonight, we congratulate them on their season. Our next groups are the track teams who advanced to the state meet. Students from Arlington Heights, Dunbar, O.D. Wyatt, Western Hills, and Young Women's Leadership Academy are here for us to recognize. Coach Aaron Mohammed will introduce the Arlington Heights students.
Good evening. Senior Aaliyah Crote from Fort Worth Arlington Heights qualified this year in the 100-meter hurdles as well as the triple jump, where she took home 2nd place. She holds PRs and school records in triple jump with a 41.7, also in the 100-meter hurdles with a 13.74. Aaliyah Crote finished her senior year as an all-A student with a 3.5 GPA and is a Texas Christian University signee, where she'll be running track and field in the fall. Senior Aaliyah Crote.
Coach Leah Matthews will introduce the Dunbar students.
Hello. This year, the 4x100 meter relay team finished 3rd for the 2nd year in a row, running a time of 47.50. Athletes were Aviana House, Kalani Lawson, Amaya Albert, and Trinity Brazil Davis. Sophomore Trinity Brazil Davis also competed in the 100 meter dash. Junior Kalani Lawson finished 1st in the 100 meter hurdles for the 2nd year in a row with a time of 13.89, a new 4A state record, which she also set last year. Thank you.
Coach Quinn and Chris will introduce the O.D. Wyatt students.
Hello. I'm introducing Mr. Malik Franklin for the O.D. Wyatt boys. This is his 2nd year winning 1st place at state in the open 400 meter. He is graduating with a 4.0 GPA, and he also holds the school record in the 400 with a 46.52, and will be playing his college career at Arizona State University.
Coach Craig Clark will introduce the Western Hills students. Ms. Tanisha Brown will introduce O.D. Wyatt students. Girls.
Hello, I'm Tanisha Brown, the head girls track coach at O.D. Wyatt. I'm going to announce the 4x1 relay team. They placed 2nd at the 5A division of track and field at the state meet. They ran a 46.37, which is also O.D. Wyatt's new school record. First is Erica Wyatt, Javia Lane, Jayla Ford. She also competed in the 200 meters where she placed 5th. And not here today is Nia Trammell. She ran the 400 meters as well as the 4x1. She's not here today. Thank you.
Coach Craig Clark will introduce the Western Hills students.
Good evening. Tristan Willis, a senior at Western Hills High School. During the 2024 track season, Tristan was the district and area champion in 110-meter hurdles. He broke the 110-meter hurdle school record while competing at the regional meet, where he finished second with a time of 14.67. At the state meet, Tristan finished in 9th place. Congratulations, Tristan, on a great season.
Coach Tollop will introduce the Young Women's Leadership Academy students.
Good evening. My name is Abdurrahman Talib, and I've had the pleasure of coaching at YWLA for the past 6 years. I'm pleased to introduce our state qualifier, Peggy Carr. This year marks her 3rd appearance at the state track meet. In addition, Peggy was named to the academic all-state first team for track and field. She will graduate with a 4.9 GPA. She is the valedictorian of her graduating class, and she will be attending Princeton in the fall.
Though he is not here tonight, we also want to congratulate Diamond Hill Jarvis student Angel Sanchez on his state championship in both the 1,600 meter and 3,200 meter runs. Next, we will recognize the South Hills and Benbrook softball teams, both who are district champions. Congratulations on achieving this impressive feat. At this time, Coach Drew Ryrick will introduce the South Hills students.
Hello, I'm Coach Drew Wyrick, head coach of South Hills softball. They were, for the 3rd time ever, district champions of 6-5A, setting records in runs scored and stealing 160 bases. That's pretty impressive, actually. First, we have Miranda Galdiano. She is the District 6-5A Catcher of the Year and will be attending Northern Oklahoma College in the fall. And Amory Martin. Amory Martin is the District 6-5A Offensive Player of the Year. She stole 51 stolen bases herself, and she'll be attending Texas Southern University in the fall. And next we have Caitlin Lopez, who's first team All-District and also academic All-District. And finally, Mariah Dean. Mariah Dean is also first team All-District. Thank you.
Congratulations, South Hills student athletes. That's amazing. At this time, Coach Emily McLeland will introduce the Benbrook students.
In attendance for the 5-time district champs, Benbrook Lady Bobcats, are senior Kennedy Kaiser, junior Celie Lindley, junior Samia Kennedy, junior Samaya Kennedy, sophomore Cam Bentley, sophomore Maddie Davila, freshman Maylee Lindley, freshman Natalia Hernandez, freshman Maya Vasquez, and freshman Kaylee Boswell.
Next, we applaud Arlington Heights, Benbrook, and Pascal baseball teams, who all made impressive playoff runs this season. Coach William Rhodes will introduce the Arlington Heights bi-district champion team.
Good afternoon. The Yellow Jackets finished 29-5, and were ranked number 11 in the state in 5A. We start with junior Noah Castillo, senior Grant Fackel, junior Morgan Garrett, senior Grant Harris, junior Scooter New, senior Alex Olguin.
Next, Coach Justin Chavez will introduce the Benbrook Sweet 16 team.
Thank you. My name is Coach Justin Chavez, and I do coach the Benbrook baseball team. This year, we just finished on Saturday. We lost out in the 4th round. which is the regional semifinals. And we have one senior on the team, so everybody will be back again next year. So here we go. First is freshman Tanner Madara, second team outfielder. Next we have Vance Morton, the junior, second team infielder. Sophomore Hudson Stockton, second team pitcher. Junior Ethan Gonzalez, first team DH. Junior Lucas Jackson, first team outfielder. Junior Cade Cross, first team outfielder. Junior Santiago Cruz, first team infielder. Senior Jaden Powell, first team infielder. Sophomore Giuliano Martinez, catcher of the year. Junior Jack Stockton, pitcher of the year. Sophomore Fabian Ortega, offensive player of the year. And sophomore, your District 9 4A most valuable player, went 10-0 on the mound this year, Sebastian Martinez. And then my assistant coaches, Brady Donart and Colin Black.
Our Pascal team was not able to attend today, but we would like to congratulate Coach Clint Dunham and his by-district champion team. Our next group is the Diamond Hill Jarvis Boys Soccer Regional Quarterfinal Champion Team. Coach Kyle Riopoli will introduce the students.
Good evening. I'm Coach Ramirez, and here in Coach Riopel's absence. Diamond Hill Jarvis has made history, as in having back-to-back four-time district champions, and also the first time making the regional tournament in back-to-back years. I'd first like to introduce Josh Montañez, who was first team All-District. Reyes Medina, first team All-District. Edgar Resendiz, midfield of the year. And lastly, Alex Ibarra, MVP district. Thank you.
Though they were not here tonight, able to make it tonight, we also would like to congratulate the Arlington Heights soccer team on their district championship. Our final group tonight are the Benbrook and Diamond Hill Jarvis girls soccer teams. Benbrook are the area champions and Diamond Hill Jarvis are the by-district champions. Coach Luz Castillo will introduce the Benbrook students.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I just wanted to brag a little bit. The girls soccer team at Benbrook has been 4 times district champs, 12-0. They've are area champs, and they've made it to the regional quarterfinals for the 4th consecutive year in a row. And I'd like to introduce the ladies that could make it to tonight. First off, we have junior Cheyenne Morris, first team All-District. We have Fiona Chan, sophomore, honorable mention. Randy Slater, sophomore, first team All-District. Sydney Chavez, sophomore, first team All-District. Lily Chavez, freshman, second team All-District. And our assistant coaches, Jonathan Watson and Catherine Taylor. Thank you.
Coach Courtney Phillips Paris will introduce the Diamond Hill Jarvis students.
Hello. This year we finished second in district with the 6-3-1 overall district. We are by-district champions. And first up we have Emily Gonzalez, a junior, first team All-District. Second, we have Liliana Ramos, a junior, defensive, first team All-District. Miranda Sanchez, a sophomore, midfielder, honorable mention. Valeria Garcia, a junior, our goalkeeper of the year. and Yareli Rodriguez, Jr. Honorable mention.
So many remarkable students here today, or not Fort Worth ISD. Fort Worth ISD congratulates all our student athletes on their incredible seasons. That concludes our recognitions, Dr. Rodriguez.
And the board will now take a short recess. Thank you. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meeting Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to inquiry, or 3, direct a person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 2 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of his translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker is Joe Don Bobbitt, followed by Leo Vons and Charles Scott.
Good evening. Hey, my name is Joe Don Bobbitt. I just want to introduce myself. I'm the new Chief Appraiser for Tarrant Appraisal District. And so we wanted to come out, introduce ourselves, let you all know that we're trying to rebuild communication and relationships with entities. We are available if you have any questions. There have been some major events that are coming up. July 25th, we will certify the roll, provide y'all our values. Right now, for Fort Worth ISD, we're looking at almost a 0% change over last year. Overall, countywide, we're looking at about a 6% increase, but for Fort Worth specifically, it looks like it may be flat at this point. Right now, we expect about 200,000 protests. We've already resolved 70,000 of these. And then right now, we're seeing about a 6-minute wait for the people that are coming into our office. And so we are trying to be very transparent and looking at the impact on the taxpayers that come in and visit with us. So we're trying to change how it's kind of been in the past and try to be more helpful and easy with the taxpayers. But the main thing, I don't want to take up too much time, but we are available. If y'all have any questions, we don't mind meeting with y'all individually or as a group or meeting with the staff for Fort Worth ISD. My email address is chiefappraiser@tad.org. Y'all can reach out if you have any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Leo Vons, followed by Charles Scott and John Michael Adams.
To Dr. Ramsey and the Fort Worth Independent School District Board, in The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy states, "There's no place like home." Well, I stand today to reiterate there is no place like home. For 34 years, I have been educator at Kirkpatrick Middle School. Kirkpatrick is not just a school, but it's home. Home is where the heart is and where there is community support. Supporting our talent shows, pep rallies, school dances, school lock-ins. We dance and sing in front of the school. We have special live announcements, raps, have family fiestas. Each year, the alumni has a gospel fest where the churches and communities come together. Wednesday, food drives. Saturday, food drive. And even in March, we had a middle school reunion for those who attended Kirkpatrick from 1990 to 2018. There is no place like home. Instead of uprooting and consolidating our community, I ask you to please use the money that we have allotted for us to remodel and renovate our school, which would preserve our legacy. Legacy? Perhaps you didn't know that in 2009, Kirkpatrick Middle School was a model school. Perhaps you didn't know that Kirkpatrick is one of the oldest African-American schools. Attached to this legacy are the names of Mildred Sims, Mr. Adams, Bert Williams, Gerald Bill, and Mr. Parker. And let me not forget Big Coach, Coach Lester Bean, who I visited many days at his home and even attended his homegoing service. Fort Worth Independent School District, there is no place like home. It's true, you may not be aware of those important figures who've laid the Kirkpatrick foundations, but you do know the name Leo Vance Jr., a product of Fort Worth Independent School District, an educator, musician, and pastor, to which in 2018 you had named our school auditorium in my honor. Kirkpatrick is a strong oak tree. Other seeds have fallen on fertile ground, which has blossomed into a community. It would be a tragedy to uproot a strong oak tree, uproot the many seeds that have been watered in with sweat and prayers. So once again, there is
Charles Scott, followed by John Michael Adams and Gerald Davis.
Good evening to the school board members, to Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick School, we pledge our loyalty. Thy walls of learning filled with dignity. Kirkpatrick has been and is a blessing to the community, the city, the state, and also the school district. Kirkpatrick has not only thrived academically, but also athletically. 1964, Kirkpatrick won the state in football, basketball, and track. And the football championship has stood for 60 years. No other school in Fort Worth has won the state championship since 1964 other than Kirkpatrick. Let's let the tradition continue. Where there's continuity, there's progress. Where there is no vision, the people perish. Whereas there is no progress, the students regress. To God be glorified and praised for what he's done, for what has been done with, for, and through Kirkpatrick. The community, the state, the city, and the school district will benefit and be rewarded by keeping Kirkpatrick open.
John Michael Adams, followed by Gerald Davis and Jerry Tracy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kind of new at this, but I am the son of Frank G. Adams, the person that was the principal at Kirkpatrick for so many years. I went to the school, but everybody you see in here in purple, they were his kids. I stayed with him 45 years, but I was still a student. And to close Kirkpatrick is going to be closing a legacy and a history. You know, we had a lot of things, a lot of spirit in that school. And why, the thing I can't understand is why y'all taking this y'all tossing this money around and everything to build these new schools and everything, when you already have schools here to work with. And y'all closed Kirkpatrick in the early years, and then y'all made a vocational school out of it. Then you built all these classrooms and all of that. My thing is, let's use the resources that we have to advance some of these kids so our learning can be better. Because we got some that are failing. We got some that are failing. So I'm thinking we put it towards the money towards what we really need it, and that's in the teaching of some of the kids and everything, because they're building new apartments, they're building new houses everywhere. So you got to have places to put these kids. So why not use the same schools that we got? And another thing, they got names on those buildings. Coach Bean, Coach Burt Williams. They got a school, T.A. Sims. That man's not even from here. He's from Sherman. But the point of it is, my father's name should have been on that building. It should have been the first name on that building. Because those two coaches.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Gerald Davis, followed by Jerry Tracy and Juliet George. Juliet George, followed by Bria Brown and Eleanor Quadra. Jerry Tracy? Okay. Followed by Juliet George and Bria Brown.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Ramsey. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. My name is Jerry Tracy, and I am the Executive Director of Historic Fort Worth, Inc. More importantly, I'm a proud graduate of Paschal, as well as Lily B. Clayton and McLean Junior High, as it was named in my day. Historic Fort Worth is a 501c3 charity that is dedicated to preserving Fort Worth's unique historic identity. Our charitable mission connects our board and staff to historic buildings throughout the city. In 2003, the school board and the city council partnered to develop an historic survey of schools owned by the Fort Worth ISD. This survey documented 95 historic schools, of which 85 were still functioning as schools and 10 had other uses. The Fort Worth ISD has a long legacy of hiring top architects for its school buildings. Examples of some of these are Joseph Pellick, Wyatt Hedrick, Wiley G. Clarkson, Sanguinet, and Stats. You can be proud of that every day. It is because of Fort Worth's exceptional inventory of historic schools that Historic Fort Worth asks you to review your decision on consolidation and to define the levels of designating protection for any school buildings left behind. But most of all, we'd love to see you reinvest in what is already good. We see your good work in adapting the locally landmarked Stripling Middle School that complies with historic standards and new functions. Stripling, J.P. Elder, and William James were designed by Riley G. Clarkson using the same floor plan but with different facades. J.P. Elder and the William James deserve the same protection and care as Stripling. Fort Worth is now the 12th largest city in the U.S. Let's keep all options open for the education of our current and incoming students. After all, it was most likely the 1922 locally landmarked and national register listed Lily B. Clayton that taught me and so many others to appreciate the works.
Thank you, Ms. Tracy. Juliet George, followed by Bria Brown and Eleanor Quadra.
I'm Juliet George of Fort Worth, opposing plans to close, demolish, and consolidate historic and monumental school buildings. Such extreme measures taken in response to changing social phenomena affecting enrollment now are wasteful and disrespectful. The costs may prove unjustifiable, and they won't only be dollar and bond costs. How I appreciated Trustee Bridges' recent statements in the Fort Worth report. On May 16th, the Kansas City Beacon published news of an enrollment surge at a public elementary school that had been placed on a closing list just 18 months ago. Now reporter Maria Benevento noted, quote, "It strains to fit in an ever-growing number of students," close quote. Thank you.
Bria Brown, followed by Eleanor Quadra and Irene Quadra.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Bria Brown, a recent graduate from the University of North Texas Health Science Center. I came here today to ask you to please keep pornography from lurking in our schools. As a biomedical student and future medical student, I take into account science and research papers. According to the National Institute of Health, NIH, sexually explicit exposure during early adolescence has been found to be associated with risky sexual behavior. Children exposed to explicit content become desensitized to high-risk behavior and increases the risk of victimization. This is the same with violent movies and TV shows that are rated with explicit content that are protecting our children from perversion. It's called parental control. So why allow explicit books back into schools? Because if you are a parent on this board today, I'm sure you wouldn't be okay with taking parental control off of movies so that your child could watch such perverted, explicit scenes. This is a spiritual war, an attack on this generation. We are called by God to steward our children and protect them from mature content that is causing them to be sexualized and groomed. As I took a look at these books myself, I became disgusted and uncomfortable. I can't imagine a child being pulled into this trap of confusion and uncomfortable thoughts that they aren't even mature enough to handle. So please let the parents decide if the kid is ready for the sensitive topics. You're robbing our innocence and sowing seeds of impurity. That decision should not be up to the school alone. If books like Dr. Seuss have been pulled, let's look at keeping explicit content books out of our schools and work together to keep our kids safe. In Matthew 19, Jesus said, "Let the children come and do not hinder them." So please stop hindering our children.
Eleanor Quadra, followed by Irene Quadra and Hattie Burns.
Hi, my name is Eleanor Quadra. I am going to be in 4th grade. I like Girls Inc. because I get to learn about airplanes and trains. I got in 2nd place in a presentation. Girls Inc. are strong, smart, and bold. Thank you for supporting Girls Inc. and girls like me.
Irene Quadra.
Hey, so good evening. My name is Irene Quadra, and I'm here to speak about Girls Inc. and the impact it has on my 4th grade daughter, Eleanor. For the past 2 years, Eleanor has been part of the Girls Inc. family. In those past 2 years, I've noticed a boost of confidence, curiosity in STEM, and leadership. She has been able to participate in classes and camps such as C.R. Smith Aviation. She has also been able to attend field trips at BNSF. Girls at Girls Inc. are strong, smart, and bold. They are our future and community leaders. Thank you for supporting Girls Inc. and our future.
Hattie Brown, followed by Willie Wingfield and Linda Miller.
Good evening. My name is Hattie Barnes, and I have lived on the north side all my 65 years. There were 9 children in my family. My siblings had the great opportunity to attend the junior high school of Milton L. Kirkpatrick. But in 1971, Kirkpatrick was closed, and I was shipped off to J.P. Elder and not given the opportunity to experience the education given to my siblings, the legacy I had to hear about. My parents, though, thought that integration would be better for me. I stand here today to say Fort Worth ISD closed it once, and it was not the best for the community or the children. Since Kirkpatrick opened back up as a middle school, both of my children did attend and went on to graduate. I'm talking 3 generations that have gone through Kirkpatrick. Most of the children there are the 4th generation. There are 5 facts that need to be brought out today. 1, there are 4 elementary schools in the area: W.J. Turner, Dolores Horter, Kirkpatrick, and Washington Heights. And they are feeder schools into Kirkpatrick. And where they're feeder schools into Kirkpatrick. And where are these children supposed to go when they graduate from the 5th grade? If there isn't a middle school in the community, this would jeopardize families and cause hardships and making arrangements for their children to get to school for the parents that work. The community population has increased from from developments of new homes and apartments in this area. Kirkpatrick Middle School has never had a renovation since it was built in 1950. The auditorium has the same chairs. The gymnasium has the same bleachers. But Washington Heights Elementary School has been built twice in the last decade. There is no other school built in 1950 that the Fort Worth ISD has had that is 74 years.
Time.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Willie Wingfield, followed by Linda Miller and Amanda Inay.
With all due respect to the board, this is the trophy that Kirkpatrick brought, the only state trophy in football in the city. This track team won 3 straight track meets in a row. No other school has done that. They set the first national record in Texas. I was at Kirkpatrick when they closed it. I was the valedictorian of it. But when I went to Northside, I wasn't even in the top 10 because they had changed my record. I made 1,500 on the SAT test. And that's going in without studying, only from what the teachers had taught me at Kirkpatrick. Now, we had these same type of teachers that are dedicated to the students. I personally made sure that my kids went to Kirkpatrick, and the oldest one is 42. So I could have sent them to any school, but I wanted them to feel the pride that we had at Kirkpatrick. And we at Kirkpatrick have represented this city with dignity, pride, and we feel that you should not close this school. You should only lift it because it's a legacy of honor that we represented this city well. So please don't close us.
Linda Miller, followed by Amanda Inay and Reverend Reginald Houston.
Good evening. My name is Linda Matthews Miller, and I live around the corner from Morningside Middle School. Excuse me. I have lived in and been a part of this community for 63 and a half years. As referenced on my t-shirt, I'm just a kid from Morningside. I attended Morningside Elementary and Morningside Middle School in the 60s and 70s, and so has 3 generations of my family. I can remember sitting in our kitchen with my grandmother having lunch and listening to the Morningside School Band play. It stirred my love for music, and I fulfilled my dream of playing in that band for 3 years when I attended Morningside as part of the first 6th grade class to attend middle school. The young children in our neighborhood deserve to have these same dreams and be allowed to fulfill them at their neighborhood school. If you vote to close Morningside, you are making the decision to put children in this neighborhood on school buses and transport them across the city in 7 of the required 12 years of school. This will certainly adversely impact them, and how fair would this be to them? We feel that closing Morningside would be detrimental to this neighborhood as well as the entire south side of Fort Worth, bounded by I-30 on the north, Hemp Hill on the west, Riverside Mansfield Highway on the east, and I-20 on the south. Within this area of Fort Worth, there is only one middle school, and that is Morningside Middle School. In addition, Morningside is part of a historical designation and has been a valued educational institution in this neighborhood for years. We understand that a decision is scheduled to be made at today's meeting, and our hope is that you will make a decision that is fair and equitable to the students in this neighborhood. We hope your decision has taken everything into account, because the impact of your decision and the lasting result of that decision will have a tremendous
Amanda Ine, followed by Reverend Reginald Houston and Cade Lovelace.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez, trustees, and Dr. Ramsey. My name is Amanda Ine, a parent, a taxpayer, and now former teacher and former district teacher of the year. I have lost faith in the majority of the leadership currently in Fort Worth ISD. At one point, I was even told by an associate superintendent that I was needed to be on his side and Dr. Ramsey's side, when I made it very clear that I was on the kids' side and not the political side. The support I once received rapidly dwindled while I stayed the same committed, dedicated teacher. I am asking you all tonight to vote no to closing our middle schools, one in which my new home is zoned for, Kirkpatrick Middle School, which has been a beacon of hope for decades and still is today. I watch every morning kids running to that beacon of hope, and I ask that you not rob the students of that. Secondly, I'm asking you to buy the Amplify books that students need. They need them to go with their readers, and I've already vetted this curriculum last May, 1 year ago. Thirdly, I ask you to look at how rapidly and rampantly teachers, hire admin, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and others are leaving the district. Today, there are 222 teaching positions open, and you were lied to at your last board workshop meeting. It was said that teachers were relocating. The second, that we weren't wanting to meet higher expectations. In reality, we're leaving because of toxic work environments, blame for when we execute what we're told by upper admin and it doesn't meet the numbers and it jeopardizes them and they want to save themselves, and ostracization when we speak up about our concerns, lack of support in general. And I'm asking associate soups, executive directors, and other admin to move into our district and to bring their children to this district that I love and serve. Thank you.
Reverend Reginald Houston, followed by Cade Lovelace and Alicia Jordan.
My name is Reverend Reginald J. Houston, pastor Wesley Chapel, AME Church, 711 Northwest 29th Street. I'm here this evening with a grain of mustard seed faith, believing that nothing is impossible. Although I believe that my task and assignment is not to be sermonic, but only to say a word on behalf of the Northside community. I am blessed to be the pastor of a church that in the area, and I've lived for 8 years in the parsonage across the street. I was challenged to come to this meeting tonight because a well-meaning but distraught churchgoer made the comment that tonight, as far as Kirkpatrick was concerned, we would only be wasting time and energy on this enterprise. They elaborated that no organization, community could elicit City Hall or Fort Worth Independent School District to reconsider a direction or edict with their minds already made up. They reflected how expansion and real estate goals would outweigh the community's love, history, and legacy. Their limited vision only made them see failure, denied dreams, and wasted breath. However, my response then and now saw failure as a stepping stone to success. It is the intuition that one must pay in order to see God moving in that direction. Kirkpatrick to us is not just an institution of learning or a building, just another building. It paved the way and set the foundation for our community to be built on. I understand that being here may upset some folk and who may think that we are denying progress, but I believe that there are those who see those who are poisoned by politics and policy and want to respond from the shadows. In the Bag Ministry is the trademark of this ministry. And in the Bag Ministry, there is something that I keep in the bag all the time. It's just in case we upset you. I brought a little something. I thought I did. I brought a little something from the bag, and it's called Pepto-Bismol for people upset. And in that Pepto-Bismol,
time.
Cade Lovelace, followed by Alicia Jordan and Walisha Gigante.
It's tough to follow a reverend. Wow. My name is Cade Lovelace. I live about 2 blocks from Daggett Middle. My daughter this year was a volleyball player for Daggett Middle School and going to those games. Now my 9-year-old has decided she wants to be a cheerleader for Daggett Middle. I'm here today as a representative for Ryan Place Improvement Association and as a concerned public school supporter. Ryan Place opposes the plan to merge Daggett Middle with the McLean properties, or excuse me, McLean campuses. We've submitted a letter to the board that details those reasons, and I appreciate those folks who got back to us over the holiday weekend. Essentially the reasons we oppose this plan is, first, the proposal will create a school that's approximately 1,500 kids, which is quite a few, larger than many of our high schools at this time. It's going to create a huge transportation issues. The proposed attendance zone goes from downtown all the way to the current McLean properties and south of that, and that'll be difficult for busing issues that Fort Worth ISD already has. Further, it's going to change and reduce opportunities for kids in our neighborhood that attend Daggett Middle and use the properties there. Finally, the residents of our neighborhood in 2021 were promised a new not new Daggett Middle, but a improved Daggett Middle. We approved the bond. We proposed the bond. Some of us campaigned for the bond, and it passed by, as everyone knows, 50 votes. Changing and moving that money now, I think, is going to harm not only Fort Worth ISD, but the folks on the board that have approved that. So for that reason, our community asks that you keep the bond money and Daggett Middle and oppose the consolidation. Thank you.
Alicia Jordan, followed by Walisha Gigante and Lane Craig.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Ramsey. My name is Alicia Jordan, and I'm the Vice President of Operations for Aramark Student Nutrition at Fort Worth ISD. I'm here today about Action Item 14E2, approve the contract for the Food Service Management Company. But before you vote to approve a different food service management company, I want to thank you and the broader Fort Worth ISD for being a wonderful partner these past 3 years and highlight as many Aramark accomplishments as possible in minute and a half. First, I want to celebrate passing not just 1, but 2 federal audits with commendations to reverse the financial hold that was on Fort Worth ISD for federal reimbursements totaling $35 million due to multiple failures of an administrative review under the leadership of the previous company. We also orchestrated the transition to 100% CEP to ensure every student has access to all meals at no charge. We developed a proprietary partnership with DeMarcus Ware to drive meal access across the district, matched Fort Worth ISD's unprecedented market wage adjustments of $4 million annually for all food service workers and managers. We implemented and expanded free meal programs to include breakfast in the classroom, after-school snacks, summer food service, leading to serving over 11 million meals annually. We increased the Child Nutrition Department's fund balance by $39.7 million to reinvest in the program. We provided completely free uniforms to all staff members, including custom safety shoes, investing $15,000 in the safety of Fort Worth ISD associates. We initiated collaboration with the Student Culinary Department, qualifying a team to compete in Aramark's statewide Culinary Stars student competition at Minute Maid Park. We launched the Culinary Nutrition Council to integrate community chefs into the child nutrition program. We also implemented scratch pizzas at over 43 campuses and prioritized the needs of Fort Worth ISD during supply chain challenges. We provided grant funds and volunteer resources to support on-campus food pantries.
Time.
Thank you.
Walisha Gigante, followed by Lane Craig and Sabrina Ball. Okay. Lane Craig, followed by Sabrina Ball and Gloria Diaz-Perez.
Good evening. I am a parent of a student who just finished 8th grade at Daggett Middle School and will attend Pascal in the fall, and a current student at De Zavala Elementary. I attended both the listening sessions regarding the proposed merger of the Daggett and McLean campuses, and I'm opposed to the merger of these schools and would like to ask you for a definitive no vote this evening so that the money can be released to spend on the renovations of the schools as originally planned. There are many reasons I oppose these proposals. I've emailed you about them. However, tonight I want to say a few words about what I see as its intractable equity issues. Number one, the students at Daggett, statistically the school with lower income students with less reliable access to transportation options, have been selected by this plan to travel farther for school and extracurricular activities, with some students north of Rosedale Street facing commutes of a half hour or more to get to middle school. The added inconvenience to these students will exacerbate existing inequalities related to attendance and access to sports and arts programs. Moreover, if enrollment rates rise, which they possibly might, Daggett students in these northern and eastern edges of the attendance zone will be likely the first to be rezoned, losing access to the school that their bond money helped build, as well as to Paschal High. Number two, students and families at Daggett are being asked to give up the historically bilingual culture of the school and to assimilate into an environment that is not as equipped to serve Spanish-speaking families, again, exacerbating existing inequalities in our district. Finally, the closure of Daggett Middle follows several decades of neglect of schools in our pyramid. In 2000, an attendance policy was put into place, giving students zoned for Daggett Middle priority in the enrollment lottery for Daggett Montessori. This policy was only changed in 2020, and in the meantime, it has depressed enrollment and diversity at Daggett and its feeder schools. I brought copies of an article, if I can give it to you, that discusses those issues. Closing Daggett reverses the progress that 2020 vote made toward equity. This middle school, its students, and its faculty deserve a chance to thrive. Please leave it open. Thank you.
Hi. Okay. Last month I came in hot and angry with good reason. It was a tough year. But seeing all these posts of Fort Worth ISD kids getting into college and getting scholarships, there are good things that are happening in Fort Worth ISD. In particular, seeing that World Languages Institute is now nationally ranked. It's amazing. WLI is the largest DEI initiative in Fort Worth ISD ever. It is a testament to the district's persistence to lift up and use the principles of DEI to serve that population. I hope you'll continue to support that school by fostering the growth of these programs, language programs. They have unique challenges, but they are truly exceptional and are worthy of your attention. This summer, I plan on recovering from all this and taking a break. I hope you do too. But these bullies will not take a break. They are going to come back and complain about books. They're going to come back and fight new Title IX language. Their ignorance will fuel a hate that is targeted at some of our most vulnerable children. I would love to connect you with organizations that can help you understand trans kids. You need to lead with love here. The new language does not force you to accept transgender athletes, despite what the bullies will tell you. All it asks is that you treat people with respect. In particular, please resist the calls to write hate into policy. So when the bullies come knocking, I want you to think three things. What is the policy? You've learned that we have a process for complaints for outsiders. Please follow it. Does it single out a group of students and potentially lead to discrimination and violence? That's a real concern. And I want you to remember Trinace and Parent Shield and think, what would she do? She'd ask you, does this affect student outcomes? Is it improve in communication with parents? And does it serve our strategic plan? If their request does not do these things, then it's probably outside of your scope and it does not serve our students. And lastly, my family objects to the merger of schools. We chose WLI because it was small. You don't get that individual attention that a big mega school gives you.
Gloria Diaz Perez. With Benito Perez translating, you will get 4 minutes, followed by David Martinez and Jessica Grady.
Mi nombre es Gloria Díaz de Pérez. Yo vengo presentando ahí en Northside. Nosotros tenemos 50 años de estar allí, que llegamos. Todos mis hijos, mis nietos fueron a la escuela. Todo allí, todos del barrio de allí. Y eso yo quiero de que no hacen que dejen allí a los muchachos. Porque tengo una hija maestra y es mucho. Por eso es que sé todas esas cosas. Nosotros ayudamos a la Northside cuando hay problemas, porque yo y mi hijo salimos. Y vemos, y yo hablo a la escuela, yo hablo a la Northside y les digo, esto y esto, ¿a dónde, señora? Aquí. Quiero que pongan le hablen a una policía. Sí, sí lo han hecho. En la biblioteca, esto pasa, esto está aquí. Y por eso tienen muchos problemas los hay, porque quieren más atención. Y si pone más, no lo están poniendo ahorita. Bueno, dile
I'm going to cut it short and simple. She don't want Kirkpatrick to merge with JP Elder because the teachers are already overwhelmed with all the students they're dealing with right now. So she's just saying, Kirkpatrick, stay on your side, and JP Elder, handle your side over here.
Yeah.
Cut and simple. That's what I'm trying to say. She didn't really say that, but.
Y yo vengo presentando porque yo ayudo allí. Yo les hablo, mire, pasamos y es usted, yo lo vi. Quiero que esto, y sigan este caso.
Okay. And let's leave Kirkpatrick open and let them run their business. JPL run their business, and everything will be running smooth. Because if you overwhelm it, the teachers will be overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed already because I have a nephew that goes to JP Elder, and he sees so many fights going on, they can't even handle them right now. Then you're putting Kirkpatrick students there, it's going to be chaos. That's what's going to happen. And one more thing I have before my 4 minutes is gone. No Donald Trump for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Martinez, followed by Jessica Grady and Gladys Guevara.
Good evening. My name is David Martinez. Give you a little background. I'm Chiricahua Apache. I'm the grandson of a Holocaust survivor, and I'm here. I started a PTA at Carter Park Elementary, and then also helped start a neighborhood association in Carter Park. But I went to school. I attended JP Elder. I attended also Daggett, and I attended Rosemont and other schools in the South Side. We moved around a lot, but I'd like to tell you about what my experience at Pascal High School. When I went from JP Elder from 8th grade, I went to Pascal High School, where I was a magnet program at JP Elder. When I attended at the Pascal High School, I was told by my teacher if it was up to her, none of us, she wouldn't allow us to be here. Talking about y'all, which meant me. So that's stuff. When I'm 50 years old, I went through. I experienced that. That was during a time with the late 80s and the early 90s, where Fort Worth became the gang capital of the United States. That's where we became Fort Murder Worth. That was what they called it. I saw a lot of my friends get killed. I'm here for the kids that I grew up with that are not here anymore. Because I'm here because we don't need the closing of schools. I am not only here to complain, but I came with a solution. Okay, now I'm starting to hear from the river to the sea and things like that against my people in Israel. I'm here also for a solution for all of us. We can solve these solutions with having STEM programs that are funded by corporations that are DoD contractors like Bell Helicopter, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and we can have our kids educated and become engineers. We start them off at kindergarten like we do in Israel. People don't know, but outside of Silicon Valley, Israel is the second largest for advancements in technology. And we can do that here in Fort Worth. We can do that, and then we can save our schools. And then by saving our schools, millions of dollars that will be coming in from the Department of Defense contractors. Time. Thank you.
Jessica Grady, followed by Gladys Guevara and Byron Haynes.
Good evening. My name is Jess Grady. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent, and my student is heading to Daggett Middle next year. I'm asking you to vote against closing Daggett Middle and merging it with McLean Middle and McLean 6. I attended both listening sessions, and I left feeling very frustrated with what was presented. It seemed as if the decision had already been made. The only option we were shown was to close the schools and make a new one on the McLean property. I have many concerns about this, but we'll narrow it down to these. Transportation. Have you considered how far McLean is from the students in the north part of the zone? It might take them up to 40 minutes to get there, and who knows how long the bus ride would take. Fort Worth ISD's ongoing inability to staff bus routes is a big concern, which has potential impacts on attendance. When living so far away from a school, there are less opportunities for families to be involved in the school. School enrollment. I was discouraged to hear that the school district is counting on our enrollment dropping even more over the coming years. Fort Worth was just listed as the 12th largest city in the U.S. What happens if you build this new school and it reaches capacity, which it could do quickly? Do the kids currently zoned for Daggett Middle get sent back to a school that needs even more renovations and has no money to do so? Families are especially concerned that larger schools heighten risks for behavioral and mental health issues, already areas of struggle for middle school students. Extracurricular participation. Because of the school's small size, Daggett Middle students participate in sports and music programs at high rates, and many more are not able to access club sports teams or music lessons outside of school. Daggett community members are concerned that students' participation levels will drop at the new, bigger school where fewer team positions per students are available and transportation from after-school practice more difficult. Research shows that extracurricular participation is strongly linked with lower dropout rates, especially for at-risk students. Lastly, I would like to submit into record the names of over 300 people that have asked you to vote against the merger. A group of like-minded parents started the petition just a few days ago. We are asking you to use the funds the way they were originally approved for renovations on each school. So I'll give this.
Gladys Guevara, followed by Byron Haynes and Juan Ereguin.
Hi, my name is Gladys Guevara. I'm a resident of the Northside neighborhood, and I'm near J.P. Elder, and I'm a graduate of the Fort Worth ISD public school system. I ask you to oppose the plans to consolidate the two middle schools. In anticipation to this shortened speaking slot, I believe the process given to parents to make an informed decision on the proposed plans across all 7 schools are ill-advised. Your 60 minutes listening sessions are lacking a true intention to hear the concerns of the parents. Were the listening sessions effective and equal? No. I've heard from people that have gone to the McLean listening sessions and they've actually received extended listening periods versus what Kirkpatrick and J.P. Elder were given. There were just as important and concerned parents there as well. The traffic flow patterns, the parking, lack of bus routes for those within the 2-mile radius that live in Kirkpatrick will be most impacted. I might just say last week there was a woman killed within a quarter-mile distance from Kirkpatrick, and that's just one example this past week. And I can only imagine those that have to walk to J.P. Elder from Kirkpatrick will have that same increased concern. So the increased stress of those in larger schools are already in underserved communities will make the seams burst in ways that are unproductive for the greater community. I believe the entire board is doing a horrible job in reallocating the voted bond money into a newly proposed solution without properly informing those impacted. You are in most cases closing schools that are in communities with lower resources based on the further plans the city of Fort Worth has to displace current residents. I'm here to voice the opinions of what many of those have and are unable to attend today. Thank you.
Byron Haynes, followed by Juan Ereguin and Karina Torres.
Good evening, board trustees, administrators, and my fellow Wildcat community. Our lives begin the day we become silent, and the things that matter the most, Dr. Martin Luther King. Ladies and gentlemen, what the board is voting on this evening is not right. They're voting on to rewrite history. Ironically, the day after Memorial Day, where we all pay respect to those who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Your vote today to consolidate would negatively impact all of us. It places a burden on the community. School closures hurt the students the most. We understand the current environment is challenging due to lack of state funding, but that's life. We roll our sleeves up, we unite, we press forward. We see it, we hear it, the rhetoric of public schools closing all over the state and the country. Let's not follow the trends, let's push boundaries. Let's challenge the status quo. When it comes to these important decisions, we must have a positive attitude and faith the numbers will turn for the better. A reduction in student enrollment shouldn't mean a reduction in funding from the state. Before you cast your vote, we respectfully ask for your compassion to understand that your vote yes to consolidate would negatively impact our community. Have we done our due diligence? I recently participated in a public open house for the redevelopment of Butler Place, where the city of Fort Worth demonstrated exceptional leadership skills through patience, transparency, project management, and independent studies and community involvement. I believe adopting these practices and paying attention to the details can assist Fort Worth ISD in making some informed decisions when it comes to consolidating schools. Lastly, to the educators and parents, thank you for having the courage to stand up and fight for your rights and that of our kids. Thank you.
Juan Araguin, followed by Karina Torres and Jamina Maldonado.
Ladies and gentlemen of the school board, as a district parent and former walking student at Kirkpatrick, I stand before you today with a deep sense of concern for the future of the Northside community. Your proposal to improve operation effectiveness by combining two schools in an impoverished neighborhoods may seem like a practical solution on paper, but the consequences are far-reaching and deeply troubling. First and foremost, do not forget the impact on students who already face challenges such as financial inequality, food insecurity, and rising crime rates. We will now be forced to adapt to a new environment, disrupting education and a sense of stability. Consolidating these schools risks exuberating these inequalities. Funneling resources from already struggling communities, you perpetuate a cycle of disadvantage and neglect. Currently, you have about 200 bus drivers and face a number of routes needing attendance. How will you ensure transportation when you lack resources to cover the current routes? Your duty as educators and leaders to uplift and empower every child, regardless of social and economic background. Your decision threatens to widen the gap between the haves and the have-not, condemning future generations to a life of limited opportunities, rising dropout, and crime rates. Most troubling is the message you send to these children. Treating their education as a mere logistical problem to be solved, you devalue their worth and undermine their potential. I urge you, members of the board, to consider the proposal of closing Kirkpatrick. Instead, invest in these communities. Nurturing current schools as beacons of hope and opportunity. Let's stand together in solidarity with those who need us most to ensure every child has a chance to thrive and succeed. Today, choose a path of empathy and equity rather than one of indifference and division within the communities you serve. Your decision today will shape the course of lives tomorrow. Please choose wisely. Thank you.
Karina Torres, followed by Jamina Maldonado and Lisbeth Maldonado.
Good evening, board president and trustees. My name is Karina Torres, and I am a junior at Texas Christian University. I can wholeheartedly say that joining Girls Inc. is the best decision I have ever made. I dedicated myself to the Girls Inc. Eureka since 7th grade, and now, after nearly 8 years, I continue to count on my family at Girls Inc. and an incredible, tight-knit community. Throughout these years, I've established countless relationships with my community through Girls Inc. networking opportunities. I had the opportunity to speak at Day of the Girl Parade and see how much of an impact Girls Inc. had to young women in so many schools throughout Fort Worth. It was one of those moments where you just had to be there to feel the love and confidence being poured into so many girls. Through Girls Inc., my cohort was able to recognize a bold woman in the community and see the process of selecting the recipient of the Bold Woman Award. These were women who looked like us and came from similar backgrounds, being trailblazers in their field. This experience inspired me to follow in the footsteps of so many bold women and make one of myself. Because of the Girls Inc., I have found my passion for social work and advocacy. Because of the great examples and mentors, I have completed a bachelor's in social work from TCU, being Student of the Year. Through Girls Inc., I've been able to have my first internship experience and prepare for interview process for jobs, colleges, and scholarships. Girls Inc. knew the importance of providing the countless college and career readiness field trips to enrich our young minds for a future vocation. Girls Inc. helps many low-income families throughout the free and well-rounded programs and offered me development and growth opportunities at no cost to me and my family. An example is the Macy's Dress for Success workshop, where I learned about professional presentation, interviewing, and communication skills. I'm the first generation to attend college in my family, and many of these lessons were not only new to me, but to my family as well. My parents have been thrilled about my participation in Girls Inc., always telling me to take full advantage of such incredible programs, and that they wish they had something like it growing up. Through the continued mentorship from Girls Inc., it does not end when we graduate. Thank you.
Jamina Maldonado, followed by Lisbeth Maldonado and Celeste Maldonado.
Good afternoon. My name is Jimena Maldonado. I am incoming sophomore at Texas Christian University. I have been in Girls Inc. of Tarrant County since my 3rd grade of elementary. Girls Inc. has prepared me to become a future leader and has helped me recognize as an entrepreneur, and it has helped me get recognized in every event they host by purchasing my baked goods and pastries. They have also provided mentorship throughout my first year of TCU by guiding me through the steps of applying and applying. They've also helped me get a $25,000 scholarship with them, and that's how I was able to further my education at TCU. As well as the college shower, helping me get helping me get things for my dorm, and I am so happy to be part of the Girls Inc. of Tarrant County. Thank you.
Lisbeth Maldonado, followed by Celeste Maldonado and Libby Willis.
First and foremost, thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak. My name is Liz Maldonado, and I graduated from Diamond Hill Jarvis in high school in 2021, and I am now an incoming senior at Texas Christian University. I am here to represent the Girls Inc. of Tarrant County and the importance of funding and investing in the program. I am a product of the program. I joined Girls Inc. of Tarrant County when I was in 6th grade, and since then, I am stronger, smarter, and bolder. I'm here speaking along with my sisters and my mom. I'm a proud daughter of an immigrant parent and a first-generation student. My father passed away when I was a senior in high school during my college application process, and it almost led me to forget my purpose in education. As a first gen, I was scared and unsure of my future. Thanks to Girls Inc., I'm where I am. I've grown professionally and academically, and both my sister and I have the privilege to call ourselves college students and Horfronks on a full ride. My scholarships, mentorships, and internships and family is what Girls Inc. provides. I have an internship today thanks to Girls Inc. My sister Jimena achieved a $25,000 of scholarships to attend TCU and study abroad and make her dreams come true to become a restaurant owner. My mom has been relieved from financial burden as a single mother. My sister has been supported by the program, by their continuous support in her small pastry business. I have getting also from companies all over DFW. I have been exposed to career opportunities that has allowed me to get a head start in my career, and I've been connected with professionals through Girls Inc. like Mayor Maddie Parker and been the spokesperson for events she has hosted. This is just one family, my family. Imagine all the Girls Inc. girls stories all over Tarrant County. You're not only investing in the program, you're investing in girls like myself and families like mine. Thank you so much.
Celeste Maldonado, followed by Libby Willis and Barbara Williams.
Hi. Thank you for having me. My name is Celeste Maldonado. I am an incoming senior at Diamond Hill Jarvis High School. The importance of investing Girls Inc. of Tarrant County is important. Girls Inc. means so much to me and my family. They've helped me with my self-esteem and my career goals. They've helped me understand the importance of obtaining a post-secondary education. I started Girls Inc. when I was in 1st grade, not knowing the purpose of education as a kid and thinking that college would be so far from reaching. Now I have my sisters as an example to follow, and we are proud advocate of Girls Inc. girls. Their value to me. Thank you.
Libby Willis, followed by Barbara Williams and Lori Owens.
Good evening, trustees. Libby Willis, and I'm here based on several perspectives. One, as a 40-year career practitioner of historic preservation and community revitalization and these kinds of buildings, realizing also the perspective that you all have an inventory of historic school buildings. That's what you have. So you need specialized knowledge to deal with those in the situation that you're now facing. And it's a tough situation. These are tough decisions, I know that. But I spent, as I said, 40 years in this field dealing with buildings like you're dealing with now, 20 years as a Fort Worth ISD volunteer. So I know your schools, and I am a parent of a Fort Worth ISD graduate. I also have the perspective of serving right now as the chairman of the Citizen Oversight Committee for the 2021 bond. And as we all know, the bond was passed to renovate these buildings. I went to some listening sessions for this proposal to consolidate, and I heard we couldn't renovate these buildings. Well, they can't both be true. We know we can renovate them because William Stripling has been renovated. So we've proven that. You all need more options. You need more information to make the best decisions about this consolidation, these consolidation proposals. And I really hope that you will avail yourselves of all the information that I have sent you. Others have brought you here tonight. One of the things we ought to do is delay this decision so you have the time to get the options that you need that's best for all these people in this room. I urge you to contact the New Orleans ISD because they employ staff on their ISD administrative staff who deal with adaptive use of historic school buildings every day. We need to be doing the same thing to do the best thing for the students. Thank you very much.
Barbara Williams, followed by Lori Owens and Wilmer Matthews Jr.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey and board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Barbara Williams. I'm the managing partner of Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson. I'm here on behalf of my firm and my team here, or at least part of my team. I have Charles Brady, Jordan Stimpson, Mario Perez, Glenn Lewis, and Marcus Hanna. Our bankruptcy attorney couldn't make it tonight. She's cleaning storm debris so she can access her home, and we have a few others that are out, but most of us are here. And we are so pleased we received the staff recommendation to be awarded the tax collection contract. And I just want you to know that we've been representing you since 2010, and we are honored to have that capability, and we are just thrilled to have the consideration for you to give it to us again, and we promise to do our very best to collect for you. And I am here to answer any questions you might have either now or later. Thank you.
Lori Owens, followed by Wilmer Matthews Jr. and KP Tatum.
Good evening, board and Dr. Ramsey. I'm Lori Owens, and I am a taxpayer in District 2, and I'm the librarian for William James Middle School, which will be turning 100 in 3 years. I'm here to support all of these people who came with their point of view about why you should not be supporting this consolidation of middle schools. And I agree with what Ms. Willis just said, that you need a lot more information and a lot more options so that you don't make a hasty mistake or that you don't do something that's irresponsible. Have you ever heard the term that we study history so that we don't repeat the mistakes? I'm going to give you a little bit of history. I'm going to tell you about the building that exists at 1905 East Vickery. Tomorrow, get into your car, drive to 1905 East Vickery. There you will find the old Vickery Elementary School. It was built in 1910. It lasted until 1980s. It was closed by the board and the superintendent of that time because of a decrease in enrollment. Kind of sounds like deja vu. But did it have an impact on that neighborhood? It certainly did. And the impact that it made on that neighborhood is still suffering from. I don't want to see the neighborhoods that showed up tonight to give their opinion suffer as well. So I would appreciate it if you would pull every single consolidation item that you have as an action item tonight and give us and give yourselves more time to collect more information. Thank you.
Wilmer Matthews, followed by KP Tatum and Susanna Cano.
Good afternoon. I'm Wilmer Matthews, Jr., and we moved into the Morningside neighborhood in 1960-61. Four of us attended Morningside Elementary and Junior High Middle School. I was involved in sports. In my 8th grade year, we were district champions in football, basketball, and track. We actually beat a Monning team that was unbeaten in 4 seasons. All of this, and the only thing we got was a letter. Not a leather jacket, not a leather sweater or windbreaker, just a letter. Monning was getting jackets and everything. Morningside didn't get a fair shake. I left Morningside to go to I.M. Terrell. This school was closed as I finished my 10th grade year. I don't remember anyone fighting to keep the school open, so now that they want to close Morningside, in my heart, I feel like I had to speak up. Morningside has had students bust their way as early as the 2nd grade, and at one time it was only a 6th grade school. Students at one time were bused to Southwest as the first blacks to come in. Again, not a fair shake. I feel like if we really take a look at busing over and over, Morningside doesn't get a fair shake. I feel like everything was changing when the bond passed. But $19 million of that money is already gone from the bond. This year, when school started, Morningside had no gym, and the work didn't even start until January. Again, not a fair shake. Now they want to combine Morningside and William James. If they don't build at Morningside, then those students will be bused 7 of the 12 years since we are a feeder school for Poly. This will not be a fair shake again. Please don't take one of the only things we have left in the community. Give Morningside a fair shake for a change. Why spend $1 million on the roof only to close the school? Your representative stated in the community listening session.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. KP Tatum, followed by Susanna Cano and Stuart Everett.
On behalf of the neighborhood of Morningside, I am in opposition of the consolidated plan, particularly as it relates to the Morningside and William James schools. We are concerned that the decision to close Morningside would have a devastating impact on the ecosystem of Morningside, both educationally, economically, and environmentally. Educationally, we don't have a high school in our community. We don't have a college in our community. And if you take the kids who are currently in Morningside to a school that's underrated, it will have a devastating impact on those kids educationally. Economically, Morningside Middle is the largest economic engine in our community. Everything in that surrounding area feeds off of that school. If you shut that school, it will devastate an economy that has the lowest life expectancy in all of Texas right now. Environmentally, when you shut it down, it will depress the community. And just imagine, $22,222 is the current medium income of African Americans in Morningside. What happens when you shut it down? Last year, Carol Roque wrote an article, "This Fort Worth community is haunted by the effects of racism, decisions of the past." In 1951, they put the freeway right through Morningside and divided the community. In 1964, they refused to build a high school, and now our kids are suffering. We ask
Time.
you emphatically, please do not.
Susana Cano, followed by Stuart Everett and Bob Willoughby.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Susana Cano y estoy aquí para apoyar a Grossin. Soy mamá de Karina Torres. La razón por la que estoy aquí es porque en estos últimos 7 años Karina tuvo un cambio muy significativo social, cultural y emocionalmente. Además de abrirse camino para aprender y progresar, sus metas y sus sueños se han ido realizando uno a uno. Grossin ha sido uno de los puentes más grandes para llegar a sus metas. Como madre estoy muy agradecida porque además de ser una organización muy segura y confiable, nos ayuda tanto a los estudiantes como a nosotros como padres, para que ellas logren sus metas, además de sacarlas de su zona de confort para fortalecer su carácter, viajando y llevándolas a conocer lugares nuevos, teniendo así nuevas experiencias y conociendo nuevas culturas. Ellas pierden el miedo y aumentan el autoestima de cada una de ellas. Grossin ha sido testigo de los logros de Karina, que hoy todavía sigue disfrutando de esta organización. Con lo ya obtenido y aprendido, aquí sigue recogiendo los frutos. Puedo decir que Karina está estudiando en la Universidad del TCU y sigue con las mismas ganas y más metas porque Grossin ha hecho cambios en su manera de pensar, porque este programa está hecho para niñas que quieran hacer un gran cambio en su vida. Gracias, Grossin, gracias a los patrocinadores que hacen posible que eso suceda. Karina ha estado desde el grado 7 y ella está en la Universidad TCU gracias a las becas que esta organización ha podido darles. Fue nombrada estudiante del año 2024 en su escuela del TCU. Gracias, Grossin, gracias a los patrocinadores. Gracias.
Now I'm going to translate what she just said. My name is Susana Cano, and I'm Karina Torres' mother. The reason why I'm here is to share how Girls Inc. has helped my daughter in so many ways. These past 7 years, Karina has changed emotionally, culturally, and socially. This organization has helped my daughter to learn and improve herself so much. Girls Inc. has been a positive bridge between Karina and her education. As a mother, I'm very thankful for this organization that helps students and parents during the school year. They help students to get strong and get out of her comfort zone and also build a strong character through many activities such as trips and community involvement. Students not only build a strong self-esteem, but also a strong self or their own self. I've been witness of my daughter's progress in so many ways. Now Karina is going to college to TCU, and she's working so hard thanks to Girls Inc. and her support. She has changed so much and continue progressing day by day. Thank you so much to this organization, and please support Girls Inc. Thank you.
Stuart Everett, followed by Bob Willoughby and Celila Maldonado.
Good evening. My name is Stuart Everett, and I'm the father of a recent graduate from Daggett Middle School, the outgoing PTA president of Daggett Middle School, a resident of Fairmount Historic Neighborhood, and an architect and small business owner. I'm here today to urge you to vote no for the McLean-Daggett merger. I want to express how important having a small neighborhood school has been for my family. My daughter has attended Daggett Middle School for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and during that time, she's flourished into a strong, confident, intelligent, and compassionate young woman. Like most parents, I was very concerned with how her transition into middle school would go, as my own experience during those years was not great. She started at Daggett Middle School as a quiet individual that I feared would get lost in the shuffle. Had this been a larger size school, I believe this would have been the case. Fortunately, she found her voice at Daggett Middle School, and I quickly found out that whenever I called the school to deal with something, the staff would let me know that my daughter had already been to the office and taken care of it. I was surprised and impressed. I believe this confidence has a lot to do with Principal Smith, the great staff and teachers who, by knowing the names of each student, they see creates an environment for success. And I do not believe that this would happen in a middle school of 1,500 students. For the 3 years my daughter has gone to Daggett, she's been able to walk to and from school even when carrying a band instrument, which is rarer and rarer these days. Having this school in the neighborhood has also allowed me to participate in the PTA and other school events where I've gotten to know many of the teachers and staff. This familiarity would not have been possible at a larger school outside of the neighborhood. You may say that I have no dog in this fight at this point since my daughter's time at Daggett is over. However, we are still part of the community that supports this school, and I know many of the parents whose children are just now entering into Daggett or will be entering Daggett in the next few years.
Time.
Thank you.
Bob Willoughby, followed by Cecilia Maldonado and Natalia de la Cruz.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Cirila Maldonado. Estoy aquí para agradecer a la organización Grossing. Soy la mamá de Lisbeth, Jimena y Celeste.
Buenas, good evening. My name is Señora Maldonado. I'm here to speak on behalf of my daughter experience in Girls Inc.
Estoy aquí para agradecer y para seguirles pidiendo el apoyo y la ayuda para esta organización que ha sido muy bueno para mis hijas. Nada ha sido fácil.
I'm here to ask for support for this organization. It has been very positive for my daughters, and nothing has been really very easy for me, and I'm very thankful for this organization.
Nada ha sido fácil ni para mí ni para ellas. En el año 2020, mi esposo, el papá de ellas, falleció de COVID-19. Era algo que yo decía, yo las quiero ayudar, yo las quiero levantar, pero gracias a esta organización desde chiquitas yo les empecé a llevar a este programa a las bibliotecas y hasta este día, en ese tiempo, decía, yo oía, esta organización les va a ayudar hasta su colegio. Ellas ahorita andan en TCU.
It hasn't been very easy to me. During the COVID era, I lost my husband, and I was very lost, and I didn't know what to do. And thanks to this organization, I was able to help my daughters to continue with her education, and through many activities such as going to the library and other events.
Gracias por la ayuda, el apoyo y lo seguimos pidiendo porque así como ellas les han ayudado, hay otras niñas que también necesitan de esta ayuda de esta organización.
Thank you so much for the support, and I'm pretty sure as a parent, I can feel that many other girls will be also receiving great support from this organization. Please continue supporting Girls Inc.
Les doy gracias y les sigo pidiendo su apoyo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, and I continue asking for support to this organization. Thank you.
Natalia de la Cruz, followed by Joshua Moore, and our final speaker, Lori Gordet.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you to discuss the matter of reinstating books that were previously removed from our school libraries due to their explicit sexual or violent content. While I fully support the importance of a diverse and comprehensive education, I believe it is our duty to ensure that material is available to our students that is appropriate for their developmental stages and educational environment. First and foremost, we must prioritize the well-being and mental health of our students. Research has shown that exposure to graphic, sexual, or violent content at a young age can have adverse effects on a child's emotional and psychological development. These books pulled from our shelves for review were not removed arbitrarily, but because they contained content that could be deemed harmful or inappropriate for our student population. Furthermore, our school library should be a safe place for learning and growth. Books with this content is out of TSLAC standards. Fort Worth ISD was working towards aligning with those standards when you removed those books, but now you are in violation by putting them back. Additionally, we must consider the role of parents and guardians in a child's education. By allowing books with explicit content back into libraries, we undermine the rights of parents to guide and oversee their children's exposure to such material. Many parents trust that the school will provide a safe and appropriate learning environment, and reinstating these books would violate that trust. Thank you.
Joshua Moore, followed by our final speaker, Lori Gordet.
In August of last year, it came to my attention that 118 books were removed that were sexually explicit. This includes pornography. That word should make every person in this room, especially you on the board, very uncomfortable. I have recently learned that 90 of those books are being returned. At this point, you really leave us no choice, and that being for liberty and justice, but to come after your seats and unseat you. Because each and every one of you who support this have some ill intent of some kind, and we don't like it, and we will not tolerate it any longer. So be aware, 2025 is coming, and we will unseat you. Thank you.
Lori Gordet.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, trustees, and Superintendent Ramsey. I am Lori Gordet. I'm a paralegal in the district and a palliative care chaplain with a master's in divinity. I stand here making one of the hardest decisions that I'll ever have to make in speaking up tonight. I've been more so working in the background, but recent events and legal services has brought me here tonight, and which I need to bring to your attention. I need to share with you that the biggest problem that you have is within legal services. Last week at your last meeting, Tom Bagshaw began a conversation on the district's culture and its impact on employee retention. Each day you extend your fiduciary duties to these attorneys, and you trust that their knowledge and expertise in the law will do what is in the best interest of the district in a manner that reflects this board's integrity, honesty, and character. Regrettably, tonight, I must share with you that I have filed an ethics complaint with the State Bar Chief Disciplinary Counsel against one of your staff attorneys. I come here in this forum simply because there isn't an ethical compliance officer within this district for which employees can raise concerns. I stand here breaking a promise to my mom not to return to her in a box because of the mental anguish I've suffered in this district for the past 3 years in legal services. I am asking this board to pull agenda item 14C 1D to approve the renewal of district-wide legal services based on that particular law firm that conducted the investigation that I submitted against that attorney. Until such time, the State Ethics Bar can decide whether this law firm or staff attorneys willfully lied to Deputy Superintendent Molinar during this past investigation.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. Next on the agenda is presentation 6-8 Budget Development and Compensation Plan. Dr. Ramsey, will you introduce?
Thank you. We're going to ask our CFO, Carmen Arrieta Candelaria, to come up, and our Chief Talent Officer, Woodrow Bailey.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Ramsey. I'm Carmen Arrieta Candelaria. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the district, and here to my left is Chief Woodrow Bailey of Talent Management. We're here to provide you with a budget development update. We came to you on May 14th and provided you with an update, and this is a continuation of that to provide you with some additional information. Our budget is, of course, aligned to our strategic priorities of student academic excellence, student and family experience, employee engagement and effectiveness, and organizational effectiveness and cohesion. This evening, what I'd like to do is provide you an overview of the proposed budgets for the general fund, debt service fund, and the food services fund. These are the three funds that are statutorily required to be adopted by the board. We also want to provide you some updated revenue and expenditure information, as well as provide you with some compensation impact estimates and what the impact is going to be on the district fund balance should the board decide to move forward. Our goal is to adopt a budget at the June 11, 2024 meeting. What we bring forward to you today, if barring any changes on the with the compensation, is a balanced budget. We have a balanced budget of revenue of $826,558,094 and an appropriation budget of the same amount, $826,558,094. Our estimated all-in fund balance is $358,962,000. That is what we estimated. I'll go a little bit into detail once we start talking about the fund balance. Some of the changes from the May 14th board budget workshop. At the time, that budget was $822.9 million that we brought forward. We recalculated our investment earnings. We've seen some improvement there, and so we are incorporating some of that. We also had an enrollment, an estimate from our facilities group, and so our estimates grew a little bit, improved there. We also had a slight decrease in recapture. We got a new template, and we're able to, and reran the template, and so there shows a slight decrease in recapture. We also had a decreased revenue assumption from our GASB 87 leases and GASB 97, what's called a subscription-based information technology arrangement, and so those were incorporated into the revenue estimates. On the expenditure side, we had some changes. Again, from that same number of $822,955,000 to today, we created some additional positions to replace those final ESSA positions to meet the final campus allocations that we had to make. We also had a small growth in instructional areas such as pre-K, special education, so we had to add a few additional teacher and teacher aide positions there. On the expenditure side, we also had a corresponding decrease in the budget estimates for GASB 87 and GASB 96. And then, of course, we had that slight decrease in recapture. On the debt service side, this remains the same from the prior meeting. We are still looking at $168 million worth of expenses and $168 million worth of expenditures on the debt service side in order to meet our debt obligations. On the food service budget, we did receive an updated budget based on, in part, based on the new contract that's being proposed this evening, and this is also a balanced budget, taking in an estimated revenue of $47,839,000, and then now an updated appropriations amount of $47,839,000. So that fund balance there that we're projecting at the end of the year is almost $22 million for that. That estimate has been provided to us by our CNS department and staff. So what we have for you coming up on May 31st, we will, once we determine what that number is, we want to inform the public of how much we're actually going to propose to the community that we will adopt on June 11th. We will finalize our public notice tomorrow and ensure that it's published by Friday in order to meet the statutory requirement of the 10-day, of at least 10 days notice. And then on June 11th, we will come back to you and request that you adopt the general fund, the debt, and the food service budgets. We will also have additional information, more statistical information to provide you with maybe some comparison data to make sure that we inform the public of what our budget is comprised of. Recognizing also that we do publish all our, we publish a full, what I call a data dump of our budget on our website. It is on a line-by-line item basis, and it is uploaded in our website. So we have earned a transparency seal from the state, and that we pride ourselves in ensuring that we put that information out for the public to see. With that, I am going to turn it over to my colleague to talk about compensation.
Thank you, Chief Carmen. To Board President Dr. Rodriguez, Superintendent Ramsey, board members, certainly these are challenging times. Budget challenges and compensation are critical aspects for districts to consider, especially this year. Of course, understanding the unique challenges for this year, the sunset of ESSA funds, no funding increase from the state legislature, and fluctuations in student enrollment. We know that board members are forced into making the best decision in the midst of the most challenging of circumstances. The talent management team, we've worked diligently since January to gather data and build scenarios for you that will assist you with your decision and on compensation and a structure for the district, including any potential salary increase. And I'd like to just take a moment to appreciate two individuals on our team, our compensation team, Mr. Edwin Sadberry and our compensation analyst, Mr. Mayowa Anari. These gentlemen manage our compensation system to ensure transparency and equity. And during our May budget workshop, you received a full presentation from TASB, and I will tell you that our internal projections were less than a percentage point from their projections, so we feel like we're in a good place going forward to make those projections on our own. In the May 14th session, you were provided with 2 scenarios and cost estimates. Board members requested additional information, and so we provided Model 3 through Model 6 for your information, and we can also break out any more groups as necessary. So our goal is to ensure that Fort Worth ISD remains competitive in the compensation space and also provide as much information as possible for you as you make crucial compensation decisions. So to address any questions, we've provided these additional scenarios, and also we're ready to answer any questions as needed.
Thank you, Chief Bailey. And just to add to his presentation, you all had asked for what is the compensation impact to the budget. And this takes Chief Bailey's slide, and basically I want to walk you through those adjustments. So the third column is the total cost of the budget impacts, the models plus the adjustments. That's the same as the prior slide. The total cost is the involuntary contributions, those contributions that we are required to make, which is approximately 10% that adds to the budget for Medicare and those types of costs. And so then we also came to you at the last board meeting with a TRS has increased their contribution or their premium rates. And so to pass that along to the district is $3,281,520, and that fully absorbs the cost. So rather than putting all of the different scenarios in there like a 50-50 split or 100% or whatever the case may be, I went ahead and calculated if the district absorbs 100% of that cost, that is included in the last column. That is the total cost plus the involuntary contributions plus the TRS premium increase of $3,281,520. There is noted at the bottom. Okay, so if we were to look at all of the various models, the model with the highest cost is model number 4, is 3% for all staff, which would be an all-in cost of $24,408,000. And then proportionally, the other ones are reduced based on the various models. I will also, we talked a little bit about how do we fund the compensation, because included in the budget, the compensation additional increase is not included in that proposed budget that we brought forward to all of you. And so we looked at how many days are in the unassigned fund balance at June 30th, 2023. There was approximately 157 days. and the value of that day is about $2.2 million. Based on our estimates right now, we think we're going to end the year at June 30th, 2024, with about 151 days in our unassigned fund balance. And the value of the day, again, it goes up as the more expenditures that you have is $2,264,000. So we always look to see what is best practice, what are some of the markers that we follow to ensure that we have financial integrity in our books. And one of the things that we do is we look to resources like the Government Finance Officers Association that says we should have between 60 to 90 days of reserve. We also have a first indicator that says we should have 75 days. So those are some of the markers that we have that we look at. And so obviously you can see that we are in good shape. We're estimating at 151 days if all the expenses come through as projected. The last slide here, based on those days and those calculations, we would use, if we adopted Model 1, for example, that would use about 5 days of our fund balance. And then it goes up to the maximum amount, which is the 3%, which would be almost 11 days of fund balance. And so if we use the highest compensation package would be adopted, this would drop our unassigned fund balance to about 140 days. Again, these are all preliminary, but I feel comfortable that we could absorb the compensation package within our current reserves. But keep in mind, please, that next year, this would add to the budget. So next year, which our current enrollment trends are trending downward, we continue to hope that the state would increase our basic allotment, but this would have to be absorbed. And if we wanted a balanced budget for next year, of course, we'd have to take that into consideration next year, and we'd have to look at programs and look at staff and all of that. I mean, those would be some of the considerations as we move forward for next year, for 25-26. But I understand hope is not a strategy, but we certainly hope that the state will come forward and certainly fund our school district. Because again, we have not had an increase in the basic allotment since 2019. So Chief Bailey and I stand ready for any questions that you might have or any of the calculations that are here before you.
And for clarity, tonight you're looking for direction to then bring to the board for action at the next meeting.
So actually today we'd actually posted it as adoption.
Okay.
We did bring the compensation packages forward. We worked on some of the trustees did submit some requests to us, and so it's been posted for adoption, and so it can.
So we need discussion and a final decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Thank you for the presentation. I had asked on May 21st of you, in 2023, we adopted $45,322,342 deficit budget. And I asked what specific cuts were made by object code or word label to balance the budget this year, and asked for you to be specific regarding the cuts. And I know that was a lot to ask, and I just want to appreciate the fact that you brought some of that here, but also that you'll have more, I understand, on June the 11th.
Yes, we are working through the functions, function by function. We're probably about a third through. We want to be very transparent about, some are very easy because they have very few line items, but some are more complex. We had a lot of changes with program changes, with budget owner changes. We had a lot of things that happened that occurred from last year to this year, but we're certainly open to presenting that information to make sure that you all make an informed decision when you adopt the budget.
Thank you so much, and I just wanted to publicly thank you for that. And also, I believe it's slide 13, this guy. I want to thank you for this as well, showing us the days and unassigned fund balance and the value per day, because I know I always ask you that question, and I really appreciate you having it here. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And also I had a question for you, Chief. Some of the TASB slides were missing last time. Did we get that information that didn't populate?
Yes, ma'am. We attached that in a previous communication, but we will send it for sure.
So we got all of it. I just wanted to make sure. Thank
Yes.
you so much for following up on that. Appreciate both of you.
Trustee Lynch?
Yes, I just had a question. I guess the steps, we presented a balanced budget and now we're considering other things to the budget. Is it a Fort Worth ISD thing? And this is more for public knowledge. Why do we wait till after presenting a balanced budget to decide on compensation?
Well, go ahead.
I can actually, I can start. This is something in conversation with the board. These are conversations we've been having for months that, if the ask was a balanced budget, that we could get that done. But the only way to get that done, because the legislator did not allocate, or, well, they've allocated it's there, but they have not sent on the dollars from the last legislative session. There are millions of dollars on the table for public education. That we would be able to bring a balanced budget only if that meant zero on the compensation side, knowing that recommendation from staff would be to increase. And so the only way to do that is to do what every other school district probably in the state is doing, and to look at a deficit, a balanced budget for everything else. But because the legislator did not act, we would be asking the board to dip into the reserves for compensation for our employees.
Trustee Dr. Ryan?
A couple of things that come up when we were in executive session. One of the things that came out on insurance was there's going to be a $41 per person increase. And I'm trying to wrap my head around, if we have 10,000 employees, that's $410,000 per month?
Yes.
So we're probably figuring this out at what the number of people that participate, which is 6,700 approximately.
So the cost is $44 additional increase. It's the same amount of increase that was in the prior year. We have about 6,200 employees that participate. Right now, our current contribution is $331. It went from $287 in 2022-23 to $331 last year. And so if the board wanted to increase, fully absorb that increase, it's another $44 a month. So the cost of that is the $3,281,000.
Okay, and that's just for the employee. We're not looking at anything with the rates for the family, because they've gone way up.
Right. The family has gone up also, not as significant as the employee-only contribution, but they have gone up double digits.
Okay. Well, one other thing I want to thank you. From last year, we had looks like a fund balance at the end for 358.3, and now we're at 358.9. So we got another $600,000 in fund balance, and that's always good. So thank you for making that work out.
Yes, sir.
Trustee Luevanos?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Quick question. Thank you for this report. On page 8 on the food service budget, we have a appropriations of $47 million, 48, but on the contract that we have for tonight is 39 million or so. So what is the difference between what we on the item on the agenda and on the 47?
Which are you referring to, Trustee Lebanos?
The item that we have for today, I believe that was a $39 million contract.
Oh, I see. I understand what you're asking me now. Yes, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. So the difference is that we do have employees that work for Fort Worth ISD that we pay directly, and so they would not fall under the contract.
Okay.
So that is in addition to the contract amount, plus the other administration costs.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? No. Okay. Trustee Bridges?
Help me out. Last year, did we not do also a presentation, like a return on investment, while we looked at some of our line items? I thought that was in a package that we did last year.
We have done some return on investment for ESSA. So we did the ones for ESSA, and it actually did lead to some of the decisions that we did make to incorporate to continue those programs because ESSA is ending. And so it did lead to some decisions that we continue the program or discontinue. For example, the family engagement specialists, while they're not part of this budget, they are in title.
Thank you.
I would also point that the action item is for the compensation is under 14C3. That's where it's posted as a.
All right, are there any, does the board, what is your preference as opposed to what direction, or what are we going to vote on for the action item?
I believe that item would have to be moved up, but certainly I'll defer to the board council.
So they can have discussion, just for clarity, they can discuss the different options that the presentation provided, correct? During this time?
During this time?
Yes.
I mean, the discussion is deliberation, whatever they need. What we would talk about in closed session is if they need legal counsel regarding any of these, this information that's provided, or if there's anything more regarding personnel that we would need to discuss.
Okay, does anybody want to talk about the compensation package, what we want to, where we're heading, so we can give some direction and we can have the vote later in the meeting?
So you have the opportunity, Dr. Rodriguez, at the time that the item comes up, to also have discussion, and to that would be closer in time to the vote, which is traditional for the board. But of course, you have a report. You're able to ask questions during the report, or you can wait a little bit more till the action item comes up.
Okay, well then we'll move on to the public hearing. Is that good?
I might as well stay.
Go ahead.
President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Ramsey. I would ask that you open up the public hearing so that I may make the presentation for the Every Student Succeeds Act.
Okay, the public hearing to discuss the 2024-2025 Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, Consolidated Federal Grant Application is now called to order. I will turn it over to Dr. Ramsey.
Who will turn it over to the CFO?
Thank you so much. So this is the presentation. This is an annual presentation that is required or recommended by TEA to provide every year an additional opportunity to the public for comment during a board meeting. The Every Student Succeeds Act, otherwise known as ESSA, is the federal K-12 law that was signed back in 2015 and replaced the No Child Left Behind, and was reauthorized by the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. In accordance with state law, an entity that's planning to submit a federal grant application must afford a reasonable opportunity for public comment on the application before it's submitted. We also provide opportunities for our parents and families to provide input around each campus improvement plan every year, and each school documents and considers this input. In addition, the Office of Grants and Development through the Division of Business and Finance also posts this information relative to each grant for comment on its website. This is what the ESSA Act is comprised of. It includes Title I, Part A, which is for improving basic programs, Title I, Part C, which is the education of migratory children. That is managed by Region 11 through a shared services agreement in the amount of $27,930,000. Title I, Part D, which is the prevention and intervention for delinquent, neglected, and at-risk youth. Title II, Part A, supporting effective instruction, and Title IV, Part A, supporting student support and academic enrichment. We also are required through ESSA to provide a set-aside for private schools, and we do that through a calculation and provide that. One of the items is actually on the agenda for this evening. This is the application that's managed by Fort Worth ISD for a total of $40,344,000. That excludes the contract that is managed by Region 11. You can see a breakdown, Title I, $31,737,000, all the way down to our Title IV, Part A, $2,527,224. You hear this consolidated application sometimes called as entitlements. So when someone says we have entitlement funding, that's what it's referring to, these title funds. Overall, we have projected an enrollment, reduction in funding, and it is mostly due to the changes that are due in enrollment. We had a slight increase in Title I, Part D, but all of the other titles are experiencing a reduction tied to enrollment. What we do is we align these entitlement funds to our strategic priorities that we utilize for our budget to make sure that we are utilizing the funds in the same manner as we are using our general funds. In the application, we have 47 positions that are funded with 448 employees, and we serve 120 campuses with Title I funds, 43 secondary and 77 elementary campuses. In addition to the allocation funding that's provided to the campuses, they get a specific allocation that they can utilize based on their campus improvement plan. We have a campus tiered support that is also aligned with our school performance framework. And based on campus performance, we have allocated deans of instruction this year, instructional coaches, the family engagement specialists, and then we've also added some additional teachers for the reduction of class size. These are some of the positions that are serving the campuses. There's 30 deans, 113 instructional coaches, 178 teacher assistants, 55 teachers, and we also provide various types of services to families and students. Wraparound services, on-ramps, AVID, and some of the other supports that we have there. We also funded the 0 to 5 program this year. This is a program that we had funded from ESSA last year. Some of the other initiatives that we have here are academic content coaches, homeless and neglected student services, professional learning, and then again, recruitment of teacher in hard to fill areas. We welcome the public support input. We welcome your input as well. This will be available. You can click on here and it'll take you to our website where you can provide input as well. So we certainly encourage the public to do that. And I'm going to leave that up there, so if anybody in the public would like to click on that and review the information, we can do that during the public portion of this public hearing. So with that, Dr. Rodriguez, I turn that.
Thank you, Ms. Candelaria Arrieta. Trustee Jackson?
Thank you. Quick question maybe for Superintendent Dr. Ramsey. Recruitment of teachers in hard-to-fill areas, could you just help us understand what that will look like? And I appreciate that it's one of the 4. Thank you.
Sure. We know that certain areas, including math, science, special ed, and emergent bilingual ed services, there are additional opportunities both in person, having the opportunities to have our own kind of from even our high school to our college partners, where we can build our own programs for those teachers. We have stipends for those teachers. So there are a variety of manners that we use to ensure that we are getting the word out nationally and trying to do all our best to recruit those teachers in those specific areas so that our students who have the most need have a certified teacher in their classroom.
Thank you. And I would also ask, how will we retain them? Any enticements, anything that we can do to retain them?
So one item is actually on the agenda this evening on retention, but using that school performance framework, having those academic deans, having the instructional coaches, additional support so that our teachers can have the data that they need for their professional learning communities, ensuring that our school sizes are such so that our teachers aren't singletons and that they have people to plan with. It's much easier when you're working in a team than if you're alone. Making sure that our assistant principals and our principals receive training so that they can be supportive of our classroom teachers, and having the support staff as well so that we're not asking our teachers to do more and more with less and less.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. This may be actually more of a question for communications, but how are we sharing this report with the general public, and how are we pushing out the QR code, the link to participate so that the maximum number of people in our community are aware not only of this report, but of their opportunity to provide feedback?
I believe we do have other avenues for the public to, this is not the only avenue that we utilize. We do schedule various hearings where they can come in and they can, mostly Zoom meetings that they can come and give their input. Also through the campus improvement plan process, we do give them an opportunity to provide input. So this is just an additional requirement that recently TEA has recommended that we provide additional input. We traditionally, I believe last year was our first year that we brought this forward, but before we had the traditional hearings that we would hold, we would publicize them through the website and through our outreach from our family communication specialists. We would provide that outreach and that opportunity. This is just another opportunity to get the word out about our entitlement programs.
So are principals or campuses pushing out this information to families? Because I know some people think, oh, I think I'm going to go to the Fort Worth ISD website today, and a lot of people don't.
Yes, this information is shared with campuses, so I'll definitely have to follow up to be 100% sure in answering that question. But we do share it with the campuses, and we do tell them what the process should be, and so that they can share that information with their public, with their community.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Bridges.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I'm curious, can Title I money be used as an incentive based around enrollment?
So, no. Entitlements are supplemental funds. So in other words, they basically are additions to what we normally fund through general fund. So they're not to be used as an incentive. They're to be used to supplement the campuses, to augment the program, but they cannot be used to supplant. So in other words, we cannot use them for a teacher that is required in a classroom, for example, that should not be funded. And if you notice on the slide, it said to reduce class sizes, because we do staff at elementary, for example, at 22-1. We cannot staff we could not use that teacher to reduce as part of that ratio. That make sense?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Trustee Luebanos.
So based on the overall funding from last year to this year, that we're cutting we have $4 million less this year than what we had before. So how can we not ask our teachers to do more with less funding?
So this, again, this funding comes from the state. So if the federal monies are reduced, then that's one hit. And then the other hit is our enrollment. So what we have done is, so that's how the funding mechanism works. If there's a federal appropriation that gives us more money, then we're going to get more funding. But in this particular case, it's kind of like a double whammy. But what we also do is we also look at our carryover to try to see what, if we didn't use any funds, for example, from one year to the other, and that's helping us a little bit in 24-25. Again, the reliance somewhat on ESSA funds has allowed us to be able to carry over a little bit more money into 24-25. I think the real impact will probably hit us in 25-26. We'll have to determine what that number is. But that's how we were able to do it for 24-25. It's not necessarily impacting us greatly, simply because we had some carryover because we used ESSA funds.
So for like Title III, where you talk about the ELL students, so are we projecting to have less students for next year, and that's why we have a reduction on the amount of money?
So on that particular, so in Title III, I would have to look at specifically what that allocation would be, but we are projected to lose more students. In our, like for example, in that particular case, we do have quite a bit of carryover to assist us for some of the programs that we're carrying. Otherwise, we'd have to find monies in other places or discontinue them.
Let's find the money.
I'm sorry?
So let's find the money, not discontinue the program.
Right, and we do. I mean, we have been very creative. We've looked in a lot of places. We had our ESSA money that was ending, so we were able to shift some of the money here to various entitlements and grade those expenses. Maybe funding 50 here and 50 there. So we've been very creative, and we've tried to retain as much of the programs as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no one signed up for public comment, so thank you all. The hearing is now closed. Next on the agenda is the board, committee, and superintendent reports. Are there any comments or questions from any of the trustees concerning the written reports? Oh, okay, now we're up to comments by board members and the superintendent. Are there any comments from trustees or Dr. Ramsey? Trustee Jackson?
Yes, thank you, President Rodriguez. I wanted to thank Louise and Gordon Appleman. There were 2 applicants for the Fort Worth You Teach Scholarship through the UT Foundation Scholarship Committee, and the 2 were approved to come to Fort Worth ISD, and thanks to the Appleman's generous contribution, both of these young teachers will come to Fort Worth ISD from the University of Texas at Austin. So thank you very much to Gordon and Louise Appleman.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you. I want to say thank you to the staff and the students that I had an opportunity to visit with at Lily B. Clayton and J.T. Stevens Elementary Schools. Friends, I'm telling you, if you want to start your day off right, start it off by spending some time with kids in our schools, because they have wonderful ideas. They will tell you what's working, what could be improved, and they're very insightful, and it was delightful to be on both of those campuses and get to spend time with those students. I also want to give a hearty congratulations to our graduates of the class of 2024. It is I love seeing all the posts and all the people and all the proud parents and all of the celebrations that happen around high school graduation that took 13 or more years to get there. because that is such a significant milestone in not only a student's life, but also in the life of their family, because those kids didn't get there by themselves. They got there with a village of people, families, teachers that were cheering for them the whole way. So congratulations to our graduates, but congratulations also to our parents and our families and all the supporters that helped the kids get to the point of graduation, because it is truly something we're celebrating. Thank you.
Trustee Ryan?
I'd like to recognize the Benbrook Middle High School Chamber Choir, directed by Dr. Emily Sines. They were just announced as a Texas Music Educators Association 2025 convention invited choir. They'll be performing at the largest music education convention in the country. While there, it's important to note that the entire convention will be under the direction of Fort Worth ISD Director of Visual and Performing Arts, Jesse Cannon, who just took his seat as president of the Texas Music Educators Association, and for a historical note, the very first black president of the organization. So congratulations to the incredible student musicians and their fabulous director, Dr. Sines, on earning this great honor.
Trustee Martinez?
I want to congratulate all of the students that participated in the Fort Worth ISD Battle of the Books. I had an opportunity to visit on the elementary day, and so I got to see some of the action live, and I know that the students all worked hard with that competition, so shout out to all of those students. I also wanted to give a shout out to Riverside Middle School. I did participate in their Deal or No Deal award ceremony, where students were recognized for all their academic achievement throughout the year, and it was a very fun event. And also want to thank the YWLA Foundation for hosting another successful signing day, where we had 100% of the young ladies that graduating from YWLA this next week or this week that have been accepted into college. So congratulations to all of those YWLA ladies on their big signing day.
Trustee Luevanos?
Thank you. I wanted to thank all the staff and employees who worked so hard a few weekends ago to inaugurate the first bilingual family engagement literacy conference. I was there in the morning. I hope we can continue to have this conference in the years to come.
Okay, thank you. The time is 8:11 p.m. The date is Tuesday, May 28, 2024. We'll now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076.
It's especially important for us
Sabemos
to
que
do
es
Fort Worth.
muy importante para
Getting to
el
learn
cerebro.
about different cultures.
Están orgullosos de su lenguaje y su cultura.
I love being in a dual language program.
Dual language va a cambiar mi futuro.
Dual language is a gift.
Ser bilingüe es un regalo.
What does this sound like to you?
¿Qué tal ahora?
If you understand both, then you probably understand the power of two, el poder de dos.
Ceremony. Muy bien, una ceremonia is a ceremony. Es una graduación.
I like speaking two languages. Me gusta hablar en dos lenguajes.
To be biliterate, to be bilingual for both our English and our Spanish speakers. It is just a world of opportunity for our students.
Bilingualism is like going to the gym for your brain.
Did you read the poetry homework? Sí, me gusta mucho la leí en español y en inglés.
Como maestra de kinder, he visto cómo los niños aprenden un segundo idioma con mucha facilidad.
El pasto y el pino son parecidos. I'm gonna pick the tree.
I think at their age too, they're like little sponges. So whatever you teach them, you can see it right there in that moment.
This is guys' dream.
Our students will be able to speak, read, and write in both English and Spanish.
Y luego se irán a las calles.
Exacto.
El cerebro de un estudiante que está aprendiendo el contenido en dos idiomas es mucho más poderoso que el cerebro de una persona que solo aprende en un solo idioma.
As a native Spanish speaker, I understand the journey of becoming bilingual. So I'm incredibly proud of every student that participates in our dual language program. I'm also excited because I know the opportunities that they'll have as bilingual professionals and the leaders of tomorrow.
You get to learn two languages.
Diego is bilingual and we wanted to continue that tradition.
La importancia para mí como un padre era que mis niños hablan los dos idiomas y escribir y leer en los dos idiomas.
Do you normally speak English or Spanish at home?
Both. It's fun to understand people in a different language.
We do offer a one-way program in which, in that classroom, the only students that are there are those students who speak Spanish and are learning English, but they are taught in English and Spanish. In a two-way classroom, same type of instruction, English and Spanish.
En la clase bilingüe.
My English speakers are learning Spanish. My Spanish speakers are learning English.
How many phones does the dog have now?
Two-way itself is appealing because not only are the kids learning English, but the kids who are wanting to learn Spanish are also doing Spanish at the same time. And it ends up making them very biliterate, and that in the future is going to open the door up for them, just like it did for me.
This one is supposed to be there and this one's supposed to be there.
Good job. And I do really love the students, and I do love seeing them grow and learn.
Los beneficios de poder hablar, leer y pensar en dos idiomas son infinitas. El Distrito Escolar de Fort Worth tiene la suerte de contar con maestros dinámicos que ofrecen una instrucción de alta calidad en cada salón de lenguaje dual.
And what a benefit as a parent to know that you've got the most highly qualified teachers in a research-based program and your kids getting that for free.
Una, dos o tres.
I enrolled my child in a dual language program to give him a better opportunity in life. I wanted him to be able to speak with others around the world who are not like him.
Help me talk to him.
Yo pasé por esto cuando llegué a este país de México y estuve en el distrito de Fort Worth en el programa dual.
It will make it easier for other people to talk to me and for me to talk to them in English or in Spanish.
En los últimos 10 años, los trabajos que se están abriendo para personas que puedan hablar en dos idiomas ha incrementado más de 150%.
I feel it opens, bigger opportunities for him.
Realmente una persona que habla los dos idiomas vale por dos.
No matter what they decide to do, the Spanish is going to help them.
We like to say a superpower for all kids, and that's a strength that Fort Worth ISD has, that we can say we are developing students who are bilingual, biliterate, bicultural.
But it's also a way to ensure that their opportunities are more than doubled whenever they do get out of our schools.
The future is wide open and is bright, and that's why my own kids are in dual language.
All right,
avión, avión, imán, imán, I.
So beautiful. This is our second annual Unified Dance, and the whole idea behind it was just to give our kids more opportunities to be able to participate in different things. We have a red carpet that welcomes them in. There's karaoke, there's dancing, there's some outdoor games, there's pizza. This is just the time that they really get to shine, and just you get to see their personalities and just how amazing they are.
We wanted to find a way to help with the transition students, find an opportunities for them when they graduated from high school. Be able to see that they can have success, they can do whatever they want to, and it's also just as important to the parents.
It gives the students a chance to get together and bond with each other, get to know each other more, and just everyone has a good time.
Every child, every youth, every teenager deserves the opportunity to do the things that are very important to our cultural fabric. I want them to know that there are people who care so much about them that they would spend the time and put forth the effort to make this event happen for them, because they are important.
I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to hang out. Really wanted to come do this.
This is like the whole community coming together, celebrating our kids and having a great time and getting a chance to dress up in our Western attire and have some fun.
I think it's really awesome that our kids do get highlighted like this, because I think we miss a lot of opportunities to get to know our kids with special needs. And I think once you start getting to know them, like, your life is just so much fuller.
In the heart of Fort Worth, a world of opportunity awaits. Welcome to Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, where tradition meets innovation and every student's potential is unleashed. From the thrill of discovery in the science lab to triumph on the soccer field, our students are encouraged to pursue their passion. With highly qualified teachers and cutting-edge technology, Fort Worth ISD students receive a top-notch education that prepares them for the challenges of tomorrow. Every student is valued and supported with tailored instruction and wraparound services to ensure success. And with our dual language programs, students become fluent in the language of success, ready to learn in any environment. But the excitement doesn't end when the final bell rings. Our after-school programs offer a wealth of extracurricular activities, from robotics to dance, ensuring every student becomes a well-rounded scholar.
Do you know what emphasis is?
Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, a launching pad to future success and a bridge to endless opportunities. Enroll now and join the journey to greatness, because Fort Worth ISD is where the best begins.
We are showcasing the science fair projects with integrated physics and chemistry groups and biology groups. You'll see really interesting projects. At a high school level, they have so much talent and innovation, and I believe that they just need more eyes towards them. My goal is to establish partnerships with the companies and the universities to bring people to talk with our students, embolden them, enrich the experience of what it is to be in science and to go anywhere they want.
Hola, miembros de la comunidad de Fort Worth ISD. En nuestro distrito, todos los días consideramos que los socios y los voluntarios son muy valiosos. Pero como empezamos la Semana Nacional de Apreciación de Socios y Voluntarios, queremos tomar un momento para expresar nuestra sincera gratitud por su dedicación y apoyo continuo. Celebramos el inmenso impacto que cada uno de ustedes tiene en nuestros estudiantes y en la comunidad. Este año tiene un significado especial, ya que conmemoramos el 50 aniversario de la Semana Nacional del Voluntario. A la luz de este gran momento, nuestro tema para la celebración de este año es Celebramos el Servicio. Su compromiso con nuestras escuelas, ya sea como padres, voluntarios corporativos, socios de lectura y escritura, o miembros de organizaciones religiosas, es realmente encomiable. Tus esfuerzos contribuyen no solo al desarrollo educativo de nuestros alumnos, sino también al tejido de nuestra comunidad. Juntos estamos liderando el cambio y transformando vidas. Su apoyo constante, especialmente a través de programas de tutoría, construcción de patios de recreo, jardines de aprendizaje y mucho más, ha sido extraordinario. Su dedicación garantiza que nuestros alumnos dispongan de los recursos que necesitan para prosperar. Al unirnos con el país para honrar su servicio, sepan que sus contribuciones no pasan sin ser notadas. Ustedes inspiran y sostienen nuestra misión de preparar a todos los estudiantes para el éxito de la universidad, la carrera y el liderazgo comunitario.
¡Gracias, voluntarios!
It's good to see you. Good morning. Congratulations. We're rolling.
At first, I was caught off guard.
It's highly unexpected.
Very surprised, actually.
When they came to the campus, I was like, okay, I thought we were just going to do a photo shoot, but they got me.
The reaction of the kids was pretty awesome, hugging me and high-fiving me, hundreds of them.
I could not say enough thank yous to my team.
How are you?
I would like to thank everyone who's invested in me.
Every principal since then has made me who I am.
There's been a lot of mentors and people who have helped me along my journey.
Because I was born and raised in Fort Worth, I attended a Fort Worth ISD elementary, middle, and high school. I want to give more back than ever.
I do this job for the love of my kids.
I find my motivation in the little people that I serve every single day.
Our students are amazing, and I get to do this every day.
Imagine coming to a new country, not knowing the language, and you have 10 months to learn how to read, write, speak, and listen in English. And they persevere.
Every single student can learn, no matter what deficits they have.
Well, I think about the trust that the families have placed on myself and our staff.
I can relate to the parents because my parents went through the same struggles we as kids went through.
It's very personal. So many of our students are first generation.
We have great educators and we have very committed leaders.
To do the job, you need to like people and really care about people.
If we don't take care of the teachers, they can't take care of the students. And so we do our very best to help guide them through the work. They are the absolute bridge to student success.
No administrator can do what needs to be done in school without a lot of other people helping you.
The best part about being a principal, honestly, is celebrating student success.
I'm overjoyed when I see our young men cross the stage and I get to shake their hands. It's an honor to be able to know them.
I know how hard it was for them to get there and succeed.
Those students will really pull at your emotional strings on graduation day.
I might cry just a little bit, but I will hide it well.
It's going to be a tearjerker for me.
I'm just thinking of my class of 2024. See, I was waiting to hold this till graduation rehearsal. Okay, these questions.
Quality education can change not only the student, but actually change generations.
They come back doctors, nurses, engineers. That's where my heart blooms.
And seeing young men be confident in themselves and having a vision, I couldn't ask for more.
Helping them to realize their dreams and being successful, that's what it's all about.
Love it.
Students would say, hey, Torres is always trying to motivate us to keep our grades up.
I do hug. If I see someone who wants to sit and have a conversation about what's happening, my door is always open.
I hope they see me as a role model. I hope they see me as someone that they trust.
My staff and my students would describe me as somebody that's nurturing.
One word, I would say vibrant.
And what does vibrance look like?
Ta-da.
The duty of an assistant principal is a very fast-paced position.
So my mobile cart is my office. As an AP, if you're sitting in the office, you're really not working. I have tape dispenser, I have my files, I have pens, I have everything that I need on my mobile cart.
Being there in the classroom with the students or in the hallways, it impacts them, which makes me feel like my mission is fulfilled.
My hope for my students for their future is
to be the best that they can be. I know their stories, and I know their hopes and dreams.
pour into them, give them everything you have. You are what they are looking forward to every single day.
The kids deserve my best, and if I'm worrying about what kind of day I'm having, I can't give them my best.
Tomorrow, you have a brand new start. Tomorrow is a good day.
You good?
Yes. You need to stop. And to think this is gonna go on a big screen somewhere. Ah!
Exactly.
Being a principal is kind of like riding a bike. It's pretty easy, except the bike's on fire, you're on fire, everything's on fire. So, you know, but it's great, let me tell you.
Hello, Fort Worth ISD community members. In our district, partners and volunteers are a big deal every day. But as we kick off National Partner and Volunteer Appreciation Week, we want to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude for your ongoing dedication and support. We celebrate the immense impact each of you has on our students and community. This year holds a special significance as we commemorate 50 years since National Volunteer Week was established. In light of this milestone, our theme for this year's celebration is Celebrate Service. Your commitment to our schools, whether as parents, corporate volunteers, literacy partners, or members of faith-based organizations, is truly commendable. Your efforts contribute not only to the educational development of our students, but also to the fabric of our community. Together, we are leading change and transforming lives. Your unwavering support, especially through mentoring programs, playground builds, learning gardens, and more, has been nothing short of remarkable. Your dedication ensures that our students have the resources they need to thrive. As we come together with the country to honor your service, please know that your contributions do not go unnoticed. You inspire and sustain our mission, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership. Thank you for all you do for the students and families of Fort Worth ISD.
Thank you, volunteers!
When you're looking at it, do you see the sun or the moon, Adriel? The moon, right?
Our students have been completing all kinds of choice boards so that they're learning all about the safety, but also the history and the science behind the solar eclipse.
If I look up to the sun, I have to use my special glasses.
When we experience things like this together, we get to blend all our learning. We get to combine our reading, our writing, our history, and our science, and get out and go outside and experience this together and see history in the making.
It's going to be used because you can't even see anything, and the sun is really bright on the solar eclipse.
Do you guys know what the eclipse is about?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, who would like to share? Aiden.
It's when the moon gets in front of the sun, blocking all of its light to Earth.
So around 1:10, we're going to walk outside, and we anticipate the solar eclipse to start between 1:15 and 1:30.
I see it, look! It's the moon!
This is going to be an event, guys, and we're lucky that we're in an area where we can see the total eclipse, the totality, okay?
That's so cool! I can see the moon! It's a moon!
Uh-oh, the cloud is covering it.
It looks like a crescent moon. It's almost covered. Oh, I want it to be totality! 3, 2, 1!
We are elated to just be here and to welcome you to our first annual Fort Worth ISD Signing Day.
We celebrate our teacher residents and our bilingual teacher assistant program participants who will be participating and completing all of their educational requirements in the next month and then begin their educational career in August.
And at this time, Elena and Cheyenne, you may sign your letter of intent.
Today and every day in Fort Worth ISD, you are the most important people in this school district, because if we don't have quality teachers in every single classroom, our students can't grow and thrive.
A ver, dígame algo que han aprendido.
I want to be a teacher so that I can be a positive light in a child's life. I want to make kids happy to come to school, and I want to be the teacher that they feel is always there for them.
And at this time, Ebeth and Demaya, you can sign your letter of intent.
This program is not just a program, it's a testament to our commitment to educational excellence and innovation. I cannot commend it enough for its role in enriching our district and shaping the future of our education.
7 y 3 es mi par para ser 10, okay?
I want to be a teacher because I have a deep passion for learning and aspire to influence and impact others. My goal is to shape my students' lives and help them reach their full potential.
Okay.
Myra and Tony, you can sign your letter of intent.
No matter what part of town that you choose to serve in, what school, what grade level, what content, know that you are making a difference. And so we're delighted today to give you a letter of intent to be teachers in Fort Worth ISD for next school year. So congratulations and welcome to the Fort Worth ISD family.
It brings me great pride to welcome you to Rolling Hills Elementary School. We are thrilled you could join us for today's ribbon cutting ceremony. It's a significant milestone in our school's history.
A school building is really just 4 walls until it's filled with bright smiles and the eager minds of our children. It's always nice to have a beautiful facility, but children and teachers are what make our buildings schools.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thanks first to the people in Fort Worth ISD for approving the financial bond package that allowed us to build this magnificent school.
If anybody else would like to take a tour, we're heading out.
Today is a celebration of learning and community. In the months students have been on this campus, we've seen so much joy, growth, and fun. I'm proud and honored to get to witness the impact this facility has on our students.
The Bobcat Gym is one of the most beloved places in our school.
We're proud to be able to offer a new building filled with joy and innovative learning for our students.
Okay, is this supposed to be space penguins, pink and purple and yellow Grinches?
Yes. Now, if you walk into the gym, you'll see.
So to everybody here today, welcome to Rolling Hills Elementary School, and may it shelter and grow students in Fort Worth ISD for generations to come.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 p.m. with the quorum present, recessed, and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 10:21 p.m. with the quorum present. We're up to consent agenda items. As board president, I am making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Trustees, we have been provided an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action agenda items. Please note administration has requested item 13D1A be pulled from consent agenda. Are there additional questions or comments at this time specific to consent agenda items? Okay. Trustee Dar.
Yes, I need to abstain from 2 items, although I believe I'm using an agenda that I printed when I reviewed the agenda, and the numbers are a little bit different now. It's the approved, carryover, and amended set-aside amounts for shared service agreements for the provision of equitable services to participating private nonprofit schools that serve economically disadvantaged children who reside in the Fort Worth ISD attendance area. Somebody help me find that. B, thank you. What number? 13? Okay, 13B1F. I am abstaining from voting on that one. And I am abstaining from voting on 13C3B. I apologize for that delay. Thank you for your help.
All right, thank you, Trustee Dar. Do I have a motion accepting consent agenda excluding agenda item 13D1A?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion?
President
Trustee
Rodriguez, yes.
I just had one thing to pull, and that would be 13B1E.
13B1E?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, please move to voting.
Those who made the motion, President Rodriguez, I just want to make sure for clarity, Trustee Jackson, did you make the motion? Okay, and you're good with your motion given this item that was just taken off, because it was taken off after you made the motion, so I just want to be clear.
With the exception of 13B1E, is that correct?
Okay, and whoever seconded, and you're good with that as well? Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Rodriguez.
Okay. Trustee Jackson, did you have discussion? Okay, please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Now let's move to action items. Item 13B1E. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, discussion. Trustee Ryan?
I just had a question for clarification on the sheet. One of the sheets we got, it said that on the Consolidated General Fund 2023-2024 amended budget as a 43024, the fund balance unaudited was $309,381,451. And on the presentation tonight, it said the fund balance it was $358,952,567. I just pulled it off the agenda that we had today that was talking about this budget.
Yes, I don't have that. May I borrow that document really quick? Yes, I would have to, I would have to go back and determine that the $401 million, I believe, is the audited fund balance, but I think we're not taking into consideration the assigned fund balance. So I'd have to go back and correct this document.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I apologize for that. No, I remember the $309 million is the calculated balance. The number that I've given you is the actual amount that I've calculated that we will end the year, the projection. So that's the difference.
Okay, so
Okay?
we're going to end the year with 358.
I'm projecting that we'll end the year with $358 million in unassigned fund balance. Yes, sir.
Good, because I'm sitting there going, a million here, a million there, sir, and we're
I
talking
know.
about money, okay?
Yeah, yes, sir. I totally understand your question.
Okay.
But mathematically, this is what it calculates out to be. But we do have assigned fund balance that we can use to offset. Plus, the projection is we're not going to end at that number.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. The next item we're up to is 14C1D, approve renewal of district-wide legal services. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Now 14C2A, approve district to enter into and execute a contract for a new enterprise resource planning, ERP, and timekeeping system. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. 14C2B, approve findings required by Government Code Section 2254 regarding contingent fee legal services and enter into contract with delinquent tax firm for delinquent tax representation. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Jackson.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously. Under 14C2C, approve resolution authorizing the imposition of up to 20% penalty for collection cost on delinquent taxes. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Trustee Lynch?
Can I just ask for clarification of what that means?
Resolution. So it allows us to place a up to 20% collection fee on top of the delinquent tax account. And that collection fee goes to the vendor for collection efforts.
Okay. And what are we doing currently?
So right now we're doing 20%, and so with the new contract beginning with the tax year delinquencies in 2024, it'll be 15%.
Okay. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a substitute motion that the collection fee would be maintained at the current rate of 20% to match that of Tarrant County and the city of Fort Worth.
Attorney Rincon, do we need to?
So he's making an alternate motion, so if no one seconds it? then-
Second.
Okay, so now the board needs to vote on whether or not to make the alternate motion the main motion. You're not voting yea or nay on what the motion is. You're voting on whether or not this alternate motion will become the main motion. Then you will take a vote as to yes or no. And the motion is, as I understand it, to maintain the penalty at 20%, which is the current cost.
Yes, that was a motion, and we have a second by Trustee Jackson. Any discussion?
So
Please.
you're voting whether or not this becomes the main motion.
Please move to voting. Motion carries 6-2.
6-3.
Oh, 6-3, sorry. Okay, now the motion.
So that has become the main motion.
Okay.
Now you will vote yes or no on the motion to have 20% of the collection costs.
Okay, now, okay, do I have a motion?
That is the motion.
We are, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Any discussion?
Yes.
I'm confused. Can you tell me what voting yes means and what voting no means?
So the original motion was for up to 20%. Now the motion is at 20%. And so if you vote yes, then you will allow for a penalty at 20% for collection costs.
If I may, though, if I may interject, just to clarifying point, is that there is a period of time in some of those tax collection years, we're only allowed to collect it to 15%. So that was why the resolution was up to 20%. So and also in the contract itself, it does state 15% for those tax years. So we would have to modify the contract itself. And I believe that's how the contract is currently negotiated, that we would do 15%. Now you can change it.
That was my understanding, that it was 15%. But it is the board's contract to approve.
Right, but in the tax years, it was
So
2002.
if you look at the resolution, it tells you it was clear about what year could be 15% and 20%. So for tax year 2002 and prior years, hereby authorized imposed as provided, and it gives a section in the amount of 15% of the delinquent tax penalty and interest due. Then it shifted in 2003 to 2023 in the amount of 20% of the delinquent tax penalty. However, for clarification purposes, does the new motion then change the tax years 2024? Is the board allowed to go up to 20%?
Yes, they are allowed to go up to 20%. And I would recommend then that we change the contract then to align with the 20%.
So then only section 4 would be changed?
Yes. Of the resolution?
Yes.
Yes. And then we'd have to go back and correct the contract. Section 3.01C would need to go back to change to 20%.
Yes, but then won't we also have to go back and adjust the budget that we just presented?
So the 20% fee does not impact the budget.
Okay.
The type of agreement and the whole purpose of the resolution is in order to pay the firm, we have this penalty collection of fees, and that's how they're paid.
Okay.
Out of the fees that are collected.
Okay.
Trustee Dar?
So if I'm understanding you correctly, the delinquent taxpayer is the one who incurs the 20% fee.
Correct.
As opposed to the 15% fee. So it does not affect the district, but it does affect the bottom line on the amount of money that the firm incurs for collecting these taxes. What is the disadvantage of having it read up to 20% if that gives the district a little bit more, I guess, just some flexibility in moving forward with the firm? It could be 20% or it could be 19%, or to provide that flexibility. What is the disadvantage of doing that?
Well, I think the two have to align with one another. I mean, I think if we direct our vendor to charge 15%, that's what they can contractually charge the taxpayer. And so we don't benefit from whether it's anywhere between 15 and 20%. That is on the taxpayer. The thought behind it was that it would encourage more people to pay. If they had to pay 5% less, perhaps they would pay it sooner. Perhaps they would, it wouldn't be as high a burden. On the vendor side, it certainly impedes, it could impact their ability to collect. They have to incur more resources or whatever the case may be. So it's a trade-off. I applaud the vendor that came forward. I applaud Linebarger for agreeing to that 15%. But certainly it does put strain on them on their ability to maybe put more resources on the matter that we can then collect it. So it's really just a trade-off.
Which then in turns could actually impact our bottom line.
Well, I would say it would positively, and it could potentially, but we don't know that. I mean, it just depends on the taxpayer and the ability to pay. It really just depends on the ability to pay on the taxpayer side. So I can't necessarily speak to that, but we would hope that that the collection efforts remain outstanding as they have been, and our delinquent tax collections continue to remain at the level that they have been over certainly the last 2-3 years that I've been here.
Thank you. Before we vote, can somebody please read the motion again?
But we have Trustee Jackson. You had a comment?
I would like to make a comment. In 2010, we changed vendors, and the contract had always been at 20%. My concern is, how many revenue streams do we have, Carmen? How many revenue streams? We have average daily attendance, and what else do we have that we can count on?
That we can count on. We have state revenues, property taxes, Medicaid revenues, interest at times. So very somewhat. We've got about maybe 15 at the most.
So this is a revenue source that we can count on. We know that the state, as well as I believe the city, have both imposed homestead exemptions that are a little bit higher, and there may be less dollars to be collected. And while I like the idea of the 15% and more people paying, I also did a little research, and only 2% of the people are delinquent. And I'm just concerned that the other 98% that pay their taxes on time, they deserve us to continue with the 20% to pay this firm who has had, in your words, excellent collections. So that would be my concern. They don't have enough money up front to pursue as they have in the past. All of the numbers that we've accrued with them since 2010 have indeed been at 20%, and now we have less dollars possibly to collect. So that's my concern. So I will be voting for 20%. But thank you.
Of course.
Okay, Attorney Rincon, can you repeat the motion?
So the motion is to approve the resolution authorizing the imposition of a 20% penalty for collection costs on delinquent taxes.
Do I have a motion?
Well, the motion.
Motion?
Yeah, the motion already tabled. We still have discussion.
It's
already been. But we have more discussion.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. So we went through an RFP process for this,
We did.
and the vendor already agreed to this.
Vendor did agree.
So I guess my question is to my colleagues then, if this has already been agreed to and went through a process, why do y'all want to change that?
Trustee Ryan.
In this, were they presented with the document that said this is what we're going to do, or were you in a negotiation with them as towards what the amount ought to be?
It was in the best and final offer. It was during the best and final offer negotiations that they lowered it to 15%.
So they sat there, and did we go to them and say, we want you to do it at 15?
They matched another proposal. So during the best and final process negotiations, that they said they would match those proposals, and that was what was proposed.
Okay, and we can, with what you had even said earlier, we're getting good collections or excellent collections from them, and that they need X amount of money to be able to give us the best collection. Doesn't hurt what we're doing as far as our budget, but can bring in extra money if they've got the staff and the people that they need to do the collections.
So is the concern that we're strong-arming the vendor in some way by the proposal they agreed to?
Carmen, can you provide a little bit of clarity on matching? So are there other school districts or taxing entities where the fee is 15%?
Yes, there are. Not many, but I believe that they are. So we had another vendor that proposed 15%. Of course, that benefits the taxpayer by reducing the cost to them. And
so not another entity, Dr. Ramsey, but within the process of evaluating, they got to the part of negotiation, and in the negotiation, there were other entities that, or at least one other entity that said they would do it at 15%.
Correct. So what we did is we reached out and did a best and final offer, and that's what the vendor did agree to that. Again, looking at all of the different pieces, you could argue it either way, but we were looking at it from the standpoint of the taxpayer as well, and then the percent of collections that another vendor offered.
And so I'm trying to get to why are we changing an agreement that was in place already that doesn't seem to be an imposition in the first place? And I'm saying if it is because we're strong-arming, we're not strong-arming if they matched an offer that we already had and decided they could do that. So why are we making decisions for a vendor all of a sudden? That's what I'm trying to get to. So any of my colleagues that voted for this can answer that. Since y'all want to change it, what you want to change it for?
I'd like to have. I'd like to have the motion repeated again because I got totally thrown off.
So the board is currently voting on item 14C2C regarding the resolution authorizing the imposition of a 20% penalty for collection costs on delinquent taxes. The 20% is what covers the fees for the firm that does the collections.
Was that the amendment?
Yes, sir. The original resolution said up to a 20% penalty.
And now it's being moved that we change it because we want to. And I've yet to get an answer as to why we want to.
Trustee Dar.
I'm trying to wrap my brain around this. Is it considered disingenuous to the RFP process if they matched another person's bid for this job and then we up it? Does that make sense?
Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm saying a process occurred. Everyone understood the process, understood what the final was. They decided to match it. So why are we now deciding like, oh yeah, whatever y'all agreed to, that's not good enough. We need to give you more, or we need to do something else. And it's not, and that whether it's for the vendor or not, we also just saying that we want to tax those being penalized more, which are still our people and our constituents. So, but we're making that decision just to make it, not based on anything other than, yeah, we know you said this, but let's just give you some more money. That doesn't seem like best business practices at all, especially with a vendor that's actually said they were happy.
Trustee Jackson, did you have a comment?
I did. Thank you, President Rodriguez. I stated my case earlier, but I'll state it again. Since 2010, they've been at 20%. The homestead exemption has increased at the state level and the city. There are less dollars to collect, and they may be more difficult to collect, and I'm not willing to take that chance. And we have a statement that says approve a resolution authorizing the imposition of up to a 20% penalty for collection cost on delinquent taxes. Up to 20% doesn't tell me that we're really changing anything, but then I hear a contract says 15%.
Well, to be clear, the resolution does give the years, and so it actually does say there's 20% in the first section, or 15%, and then 20%, and then 15%. So just to be clear.
Correct, as outlined. And if the vendor said, nah, we can't do that amount, they could have withdrawn or not accepted. We could have went with the other vendor. But they didn't do that because they were happy and everything's fine. And we're making a new deal out of it. From the dais, because we want to. Not because they asked us to, not because it's even in the best interest per se. It seemed like we're just saying, let's just do more just because no one's really gave me a reason why the more makes more sense. And the thing is, whether we think it or not, the actual people that implemented it ain't said. So why are we saying it?
We're saying it because this 20% that's the fee that's imparted actually funds their business, and the city and the county pay 20%.
And we were smarter than the city and county by getting it at 15.
I don't know that
we
were smarter until we see what the collections come in at. And this is a revenue stream in a year when the state has been extremely ambiguous about the funding they're going to give us. I'm not willing to give up any cent that helps us educate children. Excuse me, my mic went off.
But the thing is, we're not talking about cents to educate children. We're talking about a percentage in which a vendor is going to be able to utilize in order to conduct their own business, which they said they're fine with. It's not like we set a rate and all of a sudden we did a better job at collecting taxes. We don't collect them anyway. They do, and they feel like the percentage they gave us was just fine. So why all of a sudden we trying to raise it as if we work there and if we know what's better practices in order to be able to do it? That's not what we do.
We receive 100% of delinquent taxes. We are now paying recapture. We haven't paid recapture except for the last, is it 3 years?
This is the
Two?
This will be
2 years.
second year.
So we've only paid recapture for 2 years. This is a revenue stream, and I'd like to maximize our investment in it. And our investment comes from delinquent taxpayers who then fund the collection process. So that is my rationale. It's a business decision. I think it's a good one. We can vote it up or down. The 20% funds the entire collection program. So
up to 20% funds it as well, according to the vendor who actually does it.
Okay, Trustee Luevanos?
Thank you. So, just to repeat what Toby said, this 20% fee to the delinquent taxpayers funds the whole collection program where we get some money. And today we heard from Tad that we're not getting any more money, that pretty much stays flat based on the certified values that we're getting probably in May. So for us to maximize on our delinquent tax collection, the 20% will make more sense. It's not affecting our bottom line. It's not affecting our funds. Is that right? I mean, that fee is the delinquent taxpayers is not coming from our budget or numbers. Correct, Ms. Harriet?
Yes, that's correct. We don't get any of the 20% right now.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Martinez, did you have a comment?
So going back to something you said earlier, would it be reasonable to say that we would expect less successful collections if we decrease 15%, or it's just something that we don't know?
We don't know for sure what that would mean if the taxpayer has to pay 15%. Would they be more inclined to pay the amount as opposed to the 20%? So we don't know that because we haven't experienced that before. So during the best and final, we negotiated the amount to 15%, and that was based on that negotiation process. And so we felt that was, the vendor said they could collect it. They could do all of the services and maintain the level of service that we have been receiving over the years, and then give a reduction of 5% to the taxpayer. So there was 3 bidders, and so we went through the entire process. One of the bidders did bid 15%. And so that was, again, they were Linebarger was the highest ranked. And then we asked them for that by best and final. They said they would match whatever was reasonable items, and they matched that 15%. And so that was the recommendation, and that's how we built the contract around it.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Phillips?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. So the language going from up to 20% to 20% is better according to whom?
So the up to 20% as presented in the resolution was really covering those years 2002 and above, before when that was the law. So the law changed, I believe, in 2002, that allowed you could go up to 20%, and many taxing entities, including Fort Worth ISD, moved up to 20%. But then there are some now that are reducing that fee to 15%.
Right, and I guess I'm asking that question to my colleagues again because the vendor has said the agreement in place is fine. The CFO has said the agreement in place is fine. My colleagues has decided it's not fine. So according to what? because the people that actually go to do the collection said they can do it for that. So why do we feel like they can't? I mean, anyone of y'all can tell me. I mean, y'all think we got to move this for some reason? Tell them why.
Okay, Dr. Ryan?
I would say since it says up to 20%, it's ambiguous as to what we're going to get, because that would imply to me they could charge anything from 1% to 20%. And it didn't sit there and say, this is the percentage we want. Now, later on, you had was they'll do it for 15, but it doesn't say, and it's a ambiguous statement. Why were we trying to cover something from collections that we did 20 years ago or 10 years ago?
Well, it's not ambiguous because it actually outlines the amounts and when. So there's no ambiguity to it.
Well, there is, because we're talking about what we're doing now for the future for this next year. And so it says up to 20%. So is that up to the law firm on what they're going to charge, even though they might have said 15, but it just says up to 20%?
No,
So I think the up to 20% was to cover, because they're, depending on the tax year, outlined are the percentages. And so the highest percent is 20. And so instead of having it written out this year 15, this year, it was more of a blanket to allow the board to vote on that up to 20%, but very delineated by year what the percentage is. So I think it was just a mechanism to
For the motion.
for the motion itself.
That's right, because the resolution is delineated. And the contract already says 15%.
And so we don't work for the vendor. The vendor tells us how much they need in order to be able to operate and do what they need to do. They went out for the process. The process came back that this was the contract that was the best contract. They matched it. Our CFO decided, my CFO agreed to it. Then who are we to start talking about, nah, let's just do more because we just want to? Because the vendor didn't say they need more. The CFO didn't say she needed more.
Trustee Jackson?
Because we have 10 years of experience with this vendor at this collection rate. Now, we can decrease the funding by 25% from our entity, from Fort Worth ISD, to collections and see what happens and renegotiate the contract later if we see that our collections go down, I presume. I don't know of any other vendor that we've cut 25% and expected to get the same outcomes, but I presume we could.
And so if we've been working with this vendor for 10 years and they've been doing their job very well, all of a sudden we don't trust that they know how to read a contract and agree to what it is they want to do? Shouldn't we be able to trust that vendor since they've been so trusted for so long? Because we're moving the goalposts, not them. They already agreed to what they can do and told us they can do it.
I call the question for a vote.
Okay, please move to voting.
One clarification, legally, we cannot change when the law required it to be at a certain point. So nothing would change in the resolution with this motion except section 4 and the contract.
Thank you.
So wait, how will that read? Section 4?
It will read, an additional penalty on delinquent taxes for tax years 2024 and subsequent years is hereby authorized and imposed as provided by, and it provides sections, in the amount of 15%. It would be in the amount of 20% of the delinquent tax penalty and interest due. Is that correct, Carmen?
And any year before that?
Then it still has to be delineated as it is in section 2, where it's at in year 2002 and prior at 15%. Section 3, 2003 to 2023 is 20%.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please move to voting.
One moment. Can I see clarification before we vote? So make sure we know I'm voting on. Is it okay, Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, Attorney Rincon, what is the motion again?
Well, no, it's not, you don't have to read the motion
he had
again.
a question.
Yes, so in voting no to this right now, if this is voted down, then the opportunity is there to go back to the original motion.
Or to any motion, any new motion.
Okay.
Could you repeat that again, please?
If this motion does not pass, then someone else can make a motion.
Please move to voting. Motion fails 5-4. Now, do we have a motion about the penalty of, do we go back to the of up to 20% language? I'm making a motion that approved resolution authorizing the imposition of up to 20% penalty for collection cost on delinquent taxes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Phillips, any discussion?
Question?
Trustee Dar?
At what point does this contract get renegotiated?
So this contract is for a 5-year period.
So it stays at 15% for a 5-year period, or is it negotiated every year?
It is a 5-year contract. There are provisions in the contract related to look. There are some provisions related to termination. It's mostly for the, it's mostly in favor of Fort Worth ISD.
So how often do we go through the RFP process for a vendor to meet this need?
So this is one of the longer term contracts that we have because of the delinquent tax collection process. It does take a long time. There is some investment in time and money and resources in order to collect a debt, and so it does take a while to collect the debt. As you notice, there's still some accounts that we're collecting back from 2002. So that's why there is a long term of duration, but there is no option to renew or anything like that. And so this is a 5-year contract. It's a fixed 5-year contract.
So what's the point of it reading up to 20% if it's a fixed 5-year contract?
Again, that covers the year 2002.
Okay, so previous
Yes, ma'am.
years, okay.
Previous 2002 and previous.
Mm-hmm.
If there is a dispute between us and certainly the vendor, if there was a disagreement or there was some issue related to the contract was not able to perform, or the numbers were not coming up the way that I would anticipate for us, then certainly we'd come back and we could rebid it at some point in time if during that 5-year period there was significant consideration to relook at the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Luevano?
So just to by doing that, from what we have now, we are reducing our collection budget by 25%. Potential.
No. No.
We're not.
I'm not sure where 25% came. The difference is between 15% and 20%, so 5%, and this is only on the collections for the vendor. It does not necessarily impact collections for the district.
So their budget will be reduced by, I still think, 25% less manpower to collect money on our behalf. That's how I look at it. By 25% is 5%, 25%. So if we reduce it by 10%, it will be 50% of their budget will be allocated to collect delinquent taxes on our behalf.
I would say that our expectation would be that there isn't a change in,
There's no change.
that there's no change in their ability and no change in what our expectation is of the collection of the delinquent taxes. Very similar, I would say, to there are other items this evening. We have wraparound services. We have all kinds of other contracts where we've asked vendors because, and different because that affects our actual budget, that we've asked to reduce the cost but not change the service. And so for this point, our expectation is that the service stays the same, but at a savings to the delinquent taxpayer.
I would also like to make a couple comments. One, they agreed to 15% with Arlington ISD this year. So clearly that's something that's been, and then the other thing is house prices go up. And so the amount of work you're doing to collect on the same amount of money they're collecting for the other entities in Fort Worth already. And so I think we need to stay in our lane.
Please move to voting. Motion carries 8-1. Now we're to 14C3A, approved compensation plan for 2024-2025 school year. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam President. I move to approve a 2% salary increase for all employees and an additional monthly contribution of $44 to cover the increased cost of district-covered health care.
Do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Trustee Dar?
Yes, just for clarification, is the additional $44 a fee from the district, or is this something that is imposed on the district by the TRS insurance system?
Great question, Trustee Dar. So the $44 is, it's a voluntary contribution by the district. So the district can contribute an additional amount, if that is your question. It's not mandated by TRS.
But the clarity is that the cost of the insurance by TRS, it is not an increase. The district has voluntarily, we have not increased the rates. TRS Active Care has increased the rates.
So TRS has increased the rate by $44 a month, monthly contribution. The district can choose to pay that additional $44 a month, or the employee would have to bear that cost.
So the district is covering the cost of the increase on TRS's Active Care's part?
Correct.
Okay, well, I appreciate the heads up since I too have TRS Active Care.
Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, I'm just going to make a comment that I support taking care of teachers in classrooms and staff, but I'm going to ask that in future that we have these discussions prior to figuring out our budgets.
Trustee Ryan?
I'd love to sit there and give all of our people more money. The biggest problem we're running into in this is that unless we have more revenue coming in for whatever, from whatever place, then it's going to keep cutting into our fund balance every year until the state steps up or we have a tax increase. So as people spoke tonight about wanting to keep schools open and all that adds into what we've got to do. So I expect them to vote for tax increases down the road because they want to keep their schools open so we can pay our teachers a good rate.
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, Madam President. Just for clarification, that would be 2% of midpoint and 2% of market median for teachers, librarians, and counselors. Is that correct, Chief Bailey? Thank you.
Please move to voting. Motion carries 7-1 with 1 abstention. Next item, 14C 4A, approve public address retrofit for the purpose of complying with school safety requirements. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Ryan, any discussion? Trustee Jackson? Okay, please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Now to 14C 4B, approve purchase and installation of safety film product. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Item 14D1A, authorization to purchase high-quality instructional materials and professional learning for elementary literacy. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 8-1. 14D1B, approve purchase of reading intervention and acceleration program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, the board is pulling all items regarding school consolidation and proceeding with the renovations to each middle school. Now we're to item 14E2A, approved a contract for the food service management company. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? Trustee Luevanos?
Thank you. How often do we go out for bid on this service?
Typically, the process. Thank you. Typically, the process is bids are required every 5 years, or an RFP process is required every 5 years. But through the TDA process, the contract is for 1 year. And if we choose to renew that contract, then we go through an approval process with TDA again, and then board approval. So it is considered on an annual basis.
And for how many years do we have?
So there's an option to renew 4 times, should the district choose to do that.
And then what will happen to the employees that we have right now with the current vendor?
So our frontline employees who are working in the kitchens and in the cafeterias. The proposed partner has agreed that all of those employees can transition to their company and continue to work in Fort Worth ISD. Those employees who are Fort Worth ISD employees will remain Fort Worth ISD employees.
So we expect to see better quality on the food on this
Yes, sir.
new vendor. Thank you.
Trustee Ryan?
When Sodexo had the contract before, now it was what, Sodexo Magic as opposed to Sodexo, so I'm not sure how that works, but there were some lawsuits at the end to terminate that. How are we working on those? I mean, they sued us or we sued them and had to do with food trucks and stuff, so why would we go back?
So there were food trucks purchased when the previous vendor was in the district. That is not an allowable purchase through TDA with federal funds. That was a district purchase that was made, and therefore the district had to reimburse the federal program with the general fund dollars. I'm not aware of any lawsuits associated with that, but it was an error on the side of the district, not on the side of the vendor.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Jackson?
Yes, I'd like to know what the update process looks like. What are the checkpoints for the district? Because this is the third change we've made in outsourcing, and I know that the Texas Department of Agriculture doesn't really like us to outsource. They'd prefer we had our own food inside, prepared as we did prior to initially going with Sodexo Magic. I was always pleased with Sodexo Magic's food. I've always been pleased with Sodexo when they were at TCU. No complaints with Sodexo, but I would like to make sure that we're monitoring to ensure that, first off, our kids are getting what they need for breakfast and lunch, and then secondarily, that we know ahead of time and can pivot and correct if we need to.
Sure, and if I may comment on that, something that's different implemented this year is we do with our executive director of Child Nutrition Services, there is a focus on contract compliance. As we've established what our administrative team will look like under the Fort Worth ISD umbrella, we are including compliance specialists, and so there will be continual oversight and monitoring of the campuses to ensure that we're complying with all TDA rules and regulations, and most importantly, that we're putting out a product that kids will eat, because it's very important that they are well nourished and fed in order for them to focus on their learning in the classroom.
Thank you, and thank you for your call today to clarify some other questions I had. I appreciate
You're
it very
welcome.
much.
Please move to voting. Motion carries 6-2. Over to 14. Sorry, I don't do math well. 7-2. Now we're to 14E3A, approve authorization to negotiate and enter into a contract with the contractor for turnkey FF&E services for Stripling Middle School in conjunction with the Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. 14E3B, approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for a GMP amendment for construction services for Meacham Middle School renovations in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Luevanos, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 8-1. Under 14E3C, approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for a GMP amendments for construction services for Riverside Middle School renovations in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Sorry, pushed the wrong button. I meant to vote yes. So motion carries 8-1. Now 14E3D, approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for GMP amendments for construction services for Daggett Middle School Montessori renovations in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Martinez, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 8-1. 14E3E, approve closeout contract with Imperial Morales JV6 and authorize final payment in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Ryan, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. The time is 11:23 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.